All right. Hopefully, doesn't sound too much like shit. The first time I tried to do this, I was a little bit nervous. I was a little bit emotional, and I really didn't know what I was doing. Essentially, I was trying to compete essentially with people that have been doing this for like a very long time, which again, I really don't want to be in this position, but considering the circumstances, considering what the current narrative is, I felt compelled. Again, if you ever tune into this, just know that I'm a nobody. I'm not a content creator. I'm not a streamer. I'm not really planning on doing this YouTube stuff. I'm just giving my insight, pointing out some things that haven't been pointed out yet. And if you watched my last stream, or if you just want a quick recap, last stream I went over the statement of complaint, basically the document that had all the info concerning Nick's arrest, Rekieta Law's arrest. And I was left with a few questions that essentially put a lot of holes in their story, and it puts a lot of holes in the narrative. And again, I'm going to let my bias be known. I'm a fan of Nick Rekieta. I've been watching him since the 2020 election challenges streams, and I still do watch him. Some people stopped watching him, I don't know, earlier this year or a few months ago, and all of a sudden they hate him and they saying that he's fallen off, and I couldn't disagree with more. Again, there has been changes to the content, but it's not the kind of changes that they're talking about. So when I read the statement of complaint, I had, again, several questions. These are more questions that I had, but again, the questions after reading the statement of complaint was, what happened during the traffic stop? If Nick is drunk and high, why wasn't he charged with a DUI/DWI? Why wasn't the vehicle searched for drugs or alcohol? If Lady Rackets knows that the police are at the door waiting for Nick to get back, why didn't she take the opportunity to dump the drugs? Why are April credit cards loose in the master bedroom and not in her wallet/purse? And I think this is the biggest mistake. The person writing those reports, and you can see here, this is a constant. The police are claiming that they found April M. Holt's credit cards loose in the master bedroom. And I said in that last stream that the reason why those credit cards are loose in the master bedroom is because the person who wrote that document did not know that the charges against April M. Holtz were going to be dropped. He wanted her to be a co-defendant with the Rekietas, but the charges were dropped against her, and now they do essentially fuck, because these credit cards are the only thing that linked April M. Holtz to that master bedroom where the drugs were found. Without these credit cards, they can't snatch up April M. Holtz, because she's just a visitor, and they don't have any physical evidence that she had been in that room. So again, that's another question that just pokes a little hole in their story. Another one that I didn't cover my last stream because I really didn't think it was important was, now looking at it, and I think this is even a bigger deal, and it starts to paint a different kind of narrative. And that is, if a weapon was discharged at the house or in that master bedroom where they found those bullet casing, one, where's the gun that fired that round? And where are the bullet holes? Because if there were bullet holes in that bedroom, they would have found those bullet holes and they would have documented. That's one. Number two, where's that gun? Those were 22 shell casings that were found. And the guns that were confiscated, none of them were 22s. So you're expecting me to believe, again, I know a little bit about guns. I'm not a gun expert or anything like that. I do have a military background. I have fired weapons before, but the shell casings and the weapons that were found don't match. So, but again, the shell casings were placed there loose in the bedroom to paint a certain narrative that this question picks a hole in it. Okay, number one. Number two, what is the brown substance? Is it supposed to be heroin? Now, we're going to read through the search warrant. We're going to read through the supplemental report, and we're going to ask a couple of questions about this brown substance. And is it heroin? But they want people to believe it's heroin. But the thing is, again, you see later on the statement of complaint that they reported seeing bruises or marks or injuries on Nick's arm that are supposed to be consistent with substance abuse. And again, most people think that that's heroin. So, question, where are the needles? Where are the needles? I should make a meme about that. Where are the needles? And another thing, again, I didn't annotate this on the last stream, but if you look at the again, the pictures, if you notice, April M. Holtz is the first person to be booked at 10:03. 5 minutes later, so that means it took 5 minutes from them to book April to Nick. Nick is booked, so it takes 5 minutes for people to get booked. But if you notice, Lady Rackets is booked at 11:30, even though we all know that they were all taken into custody at the same time. So why did it take an hour and a half to book Lady Rackets? What happened to Lady Rackets that they booked her an hour and a half later? And she asked for medication to be brought to her, but they don't specify what medication that was. And it's messed up because she might actually have an underlying disease or underlying sickness or medical condition that if it were to get out, and if that condition is exacerbated by the use of cocaine, then there's no way she could be using it. Because if she used those kinds of drugs while having this underlying condition, it might kill her. And again, that destroys that narrative. And speaking of drugs, were they all drug tested? Why? We're about to read the search warrant, the probable cause for a search warrant. We're about to read the supplemental report, and we're about to say that these people, like, it's not annotated that these people are it's not recorded that these people are drug tested at all. Like, again, if these people are on drugs and you're trying to build up mounting evidence saying that these people are junkies, these people are neglecting their children, these people are doing X, Y, and Z, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, why weren't they all drug tested? Why wasn't Nick not given, was not charged with a DUR, even though they caught him in the car driving? Noticed what April did is not recorded. So again, in the supplemental report, we see that she asks for her attorney. So Lady Rackets asks for attorney. April asks for an attorney. Nick waives his right to an attorney and speaks, but he doesn't doesn't answer any questions about drugs, and just basically tells him, hey, this is my house. He just reaffirms that the house they just raided belongs to him, and that the room they found all those drugs belong to him. But he doesn't answer any questions about drugs or cocaine or any other stuff. So again, a lot of people claiming that he basically effed himself when he started to talk to the police, but I don't think so. If they had anything incriminating about him, we would see that written in these documents that were just either leaked or released or whatever. I think they were leaked. So again, that last stream got cut off because like chaos erupted in my house, and I had to go deal with it. So, but I was making a point again. Again, it's not crazy to think that cops plant evidence, because there's this website called the Marshall Project where they have this section on their webpage that talks about cases where the police planted evidence. And again, I'm not saying that this is what happened in this case, but again, you could conclude either way. Any story you want to believe could be believed with enough evidence. So now, again, so that was the website that talks about cops planting evidence, and then these are the statistics. So there was a study done about law enforcement officers that had been arrested, and it was published in April of 2016. So that was 8 years ago, and it basically talks about where's the number? The number is 6,724 cases. 6,724 cases where cops were arrested and charged during the years 2005 to 2011. So that is 6 years. So that's like 1,000 cops a year or something like that. 1,000 something cops a year. And out of the 6,724 cases, I think 44 of them, which is like 33 of them, which is like 4.5% of them, were cases where the cop was caught planting evidence. Again, this is just what they found through a Google search. You know, they were doing Google News search, and then they essentially gather each unique story, and basically these are the 6,000 instances where these people, where law enforcement was arrested. Again, that doesn't mean that all cops are bad, or that doesn't mean that, you know, that your local officer is not doing a good job, but it does mean that it's possible for the police in this instance to have placed evidence, or to have planted evidence. And again, why would I start believing that they planted evidence? And that is because of April's credit cards. Again, April, who here, like, normal people keep their credit cards in their wallets and in their purse, but for some reason this person's credit cards are in the master bedroom, in the same room that they found the drugs, and no one can explain that. And then they ended up dropping the charges on her. So if they dropped the charges against her, even though they found her credit cards in Nick's bedroom, question is, how did they get there if she wasn't in there? And if she was in there, why would she do something silly like leave her credit cards there? So, and again, 22 shell casing without a 22 gun, without any bullet holes. What is that brown substance? Again, you start to actually pick apart. And again, you might be wondering, why would they set up Nick? Like, who is Nick? Who is Nick for them to set up to be arrested, thrown in jail? What is Nick Rekieta to Spicer, Minnesota? Well, let's look at the population of Spicer, Minnesota. That's the map. Population. They're only, from 2032, there are only 10. There's only 1,086 people. There's only 1,086 people living in Spicer, Minnesota, as of 2022. That is not a lot of people. Literally, that is a small amount of people. I could find more people than that in the city where, like in my neighborhood, there's way more people living than that in my neighborhood. Again, I live in a big city, so I live in probably one of the biggest cities in the world. So, but again, think about it. That's 1,000 and 1,086 people as of 2022. So, oh, actually, hold on, correction. Total density doesn't say. Spicer cities. Candy UI, Minnesota. Candy, Minnesota. I'm just gonna say Candy, Minnesota. Of 11,000. All right, so around 1,000 people live where Nick lives. So it's a fairly small town, and you could assume that he's the local celebrity. Actually, hold on. Let me double check. Famous people from, they don't even have, you know how they have Wikipedia? Excuse me. Normally has like famous people from this place. Literally, that page does not exist here. Spicer, Minnesota. Celebrities. Did you know reason people like Christine who like to secretly visit Minnesota? That's the wrong page. Famous Minnesotans. Definitely not. Like, there's famous people from the state. So again, Nick might be the most popular person in terms of internet notoriety. Or damn, I don't know how to speak, but he's the most popular dude in that city. And again, a city that small, a town that small, and that many people. And again, anybody who watches Nick knows that Nick kind of rubs people the wrong way. And if he pisses off the wrong person, they might take it against him, even if he wasn't a celebrity. Let's say he was in Rekieta law, small law. Let's say he's just his regular lawyer. You don't think Nick could piss off the right dude in that town, even if they didn't know who he was? So again, these are all the questions that I had after reading the statement of complaint. Now I'm going to ask more questions, but first I'm going to read the search affidavit first, and then I'm going to read the supplemental report. And I'm just going to do the same thing I did, which is essentially pick holes in the story. I'm also going to try to do a character analysis. So again, who am I? I am, again, a nobody. But again, me and Nick Rekieta share something in common, which is that we're both creative writing majors. I said creative writers last stream. Again, I was so nervous to do this, but me and him are both creative writing majors. And when you take creative writing class, what happens is that you would either hand either a poem or a screenplay or a short story, and everyone in your class critiques your stories. They tell you, hey, this is what you did right, this is what you did wrong, this is what makes the story work, this thing over here, this little detail doesn't make sense, can you change it so that the story is more believable? And I am going to do that with this search warrant. I am going to do that with this supplemental report that was just leaked today. The whole thing was leaked today. And the reason why I feel that is important, because again, the more you analyze the story, again, there's a lot of people, again, reading the same thing I'm reading, but they're not asking the right questions. Like, no one asks why April's credit card is loose in the master bedroom. Nobody asks that. Like, if she's innocent in all this, nobody asks why her credit cards are loose in the master bedroom and not in her wallet or in her purse. Let's say she was the living nanny. Let's say she again, there's a bunch of rumors going on. A lot of actually, it's just this one guy. Let's think about it for a second. Is this one guy making the accusation against Nick and his family, and everybody's taking it to heart to slander him. And this one guy, this one source is saying that Nick and April are having an affair or whatever the hell you want to call it, which is why her stuff was in his bedroom. So that's an important question to ask. And again, I think that the person who tried to snatch April up with the Rekietas made a big mistake. And if I was Nick's defense attorney, again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a legal analyst, but I am a storyteller. And I do know that people love a good story and they love a believable story. So if your story is more believable than the other guys, then people are going to side with you. And that would mean like a jury trial where you're trying to give your side of the story to the jury. The jury believes you more than the prosecution. You might get off. So again, I am not a lawyer. I'm not a legal analyst. You got to go to the lawyers who are at war. Like LawTube is engaging in a civil war right now, and apparently, is the people who want to hang Nick versus the nose guards. I guess I'm a nose guard because I'm asking questions, and I don't believe Nick is guilty of what they're being accused of. Because when you presume someone is innocent and you give someone the benefit of the doubt, you'll be able to see certain things that normally you wouldn't have seen because you had a different perspective and you're not really interested in that these kinds of questions. But again, if you actually believe somebody's innocent, again, try to see how things from their side and see what went wrong. And so basically, I'm just gonna rip this document in shreds. I'm gonna ask certain questions and see if this story makes sense. And again, if it doesn't make sense and I don't believe it, then I think Nick is innocent. If it does make sense and I believe it, then Nick is gonna have a hard time in court. And again, after that, I'm gonna read through the DMs, read what Nick said, and then I'm going to call someone out. And then I am done. I don't know how long this is going to take me. I don't know if anyone's watching this, but if this gets found by anyone, hopefully it gets to the right person because I don't have an audience at all. I'm literally a nobody. And so let's dissect the application for the warrant. So Quinn Pomlin, the licensed police officer, yada yada yada, is making is asking for a search warrant to be granted because he believes that he's gonna find all of this stuff in Nick's house. And he wants to also search Nick. And he's applying a search warrant because he believes there's something in the property that is happening that's a crime. And if they let him go in, he'll find that crime. So, it says your affiant is Detective Quinn Pomlin, something, Minnesota. Basically saying that he's had a lot of experience with all kinds of crimes. And here's listed: criminal sexual conduct, homicide, death investigation, missing persons, fatal motor vehicle crashes, burglary, theft, harassment, some. Like she's saying that he's a lot of that he's a well-rounded detective and he's very experienced and he understands he knows what he's doing. Let's stop right here. This is a small town. We just looked at it. Spicer, Minnesota. There's only 1,000 people. If you only have 1,000 people in your town, if you only have 1,000 people in your town, how many detectives do you believe they have? Like, be honest, how many detectives do you believe they have? Maybe they only have one. Maybe Pimlin, whatever the fuck his name is, he's probably the only detective. And he's the local sheriff. He's probably the only one that goes. And the reason why he's so experienced is because we're in so many different fields, because he's literally the only one that they have. He's literally the only detective that they have. It's like a small town with one sheriff. Like, he's the only detective. And if he's not, he's like, the most I'll say that they're in their population, maybe anywhere from 5 to 10 detectives, actual detectives. And these detectives, they have to deal with all kinds of crime. They don't specialize. So if they were to live somewhere like Los Angeles or New York City or Miami, they will be a more specialized detective. So they, you know how Law and Order has like SVU and criminal intent and all that stuff. Like in those kinds of cities where the population is at millions upon millions, they'll have hundreds upon hundreds of detectives. And these detectives will specialize in one thing. So you have a missing persons detective. You'll have a narcotics detective. You'll have a gun crimes detective. You'll have gang violence detective, so on and so forth. This guy here is presenting himself as a what is it called, jack of all trades. He's presenting himself as a jack of all trades here. That's what this point is. But a detective that's experienced at a particular subject would have said, hey, I've been a cop for 15 years and I specialize in child neglect. I specialize in narcotics. I specialize. So I'm a cop that sees this thing. I only deal with this one thing, which is narcotics. And I only deal with junkies. I only deal with drug dealers. I only deal with traffickers. I only deal with this one thing. So I'm an expert at this one thing. So notice that's not what is happening here. You got your local detective, your local sheriff, your local your one cop. Granted, there's more than one cop in this town. But you're only dealing, but you, again, I this has a lot to do with the fact that the police, that law enforcement is facing a shortage right now. And they don't have the privilege of having a specialist. So this one guy is essentially the guy that investigates all the crimes. He might be him or like 5 other dudes, and they investigate everything. All right. So your Anthony, he was a chief of police in another department, and he had experience in administrations. And here, your affiant has taken a lot of courses, and he's had a lot of training, and he's served on a lot of things. So this guy is very experienced and very trained. So now, one little secret about me. I have military training. I have military experience. I did serve in the military. And let me tell you about these kinds of training. Most of the time is a PowerPoint presentation, followed by a little bit of hands-on, followed by a 10-question quiz, and then you get your certificate. PowerPoint presentation that lasts 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever, however long they need to, whatever they're legally required to, legally mandated to train these people in order for them to be certified. A little bit of hands-on, and then a quiz, and then you get your certification. So a lot of this stuff is bullshit. But it looks good on a CV when he's trying to establish his own credibility. Again, it was a firearms. Certification, firearms instruction, SWAT leader, cell phone, blah blah blah, Glock armor. The fuck, Allison, and former drug recognition evaluator. Again, so this would be the only thing that would matter here. If again, if we're talking about drugs, is this drug recognition evaluator and controlled substances. Those are the only thing that matters. Controlled substances and child sex abuse material. Well, no, that's CP. Ooh, that does not. That's ugly. Okay. So again, this is the case background. So this is what happened. On May 16th, Sergeant Dave Nestor. So this is another guy that we're going to read about later. Received a report regarding possible child neglect. So this was a child neglect and substance abuse issue. The reporter indicated that Nick and Nick and Lady Rackets and their 5 kids. We're going to see this in detail in the supplemental report, but Nick and Lady Rackets and the 4 people, wait, hold on. The report indicated the report indicated that 4 people from their church had gone to him reporting neglect to the children, possible controlled substance abuse, and a questionable relationship with an additional couple. So, actually, I'm going to continue, and now I'm just going to obliterate this shit in like 3 seconds. It was reported that Nick is a YouTuber. This is like fucking, what's it called? I think the person writing this think that the judge is a boomer and doesn't understand what the fuck a YouTuber is. So, hey boomer, this is what the fuck these people are. This is their background, blah blah blah. So Nick and Lady Rackets became friends with the Steel Toe Morning Show, Aaron and April M. Holt. And your affiant knows personally these are personalities of the Steel Morning Show. Okay, so he knows. Was he a fan of the show? Who knows? I don't think that matters though. But however, as of recent years, the show has been on social media entertainment shows, strictly blah blah blah. So this guy knows. This guy has first-hand knowledge. He's probably a fan. Let's talk about it. He's probably a fan. He's giving a lot of information about the M Holtz and little information about Nick. Like, why are you talking about the M Holtz? If this is a search warrant on Nick, why the fuck are you referring to the M Holtz? It's just, hey, he became friends with these people and then blah blah blah. But this dude is salty. No, actually, I'm applying now. I am, that thing where I'm just giving this dude shit's the wrong intent, but we'll get to that later. However, in recent years, the show has been, why are you talking about Okay. It was reported that the M. Holtz may have been staying with the Rekietas and that the home was at disarray and cluttered. It was reported. It's going to hear that a lot. You're not going to hear someone take ownership of the allegation. They're going to say that the priest said it and that 4 people said it and each one of those individuals say it. But I'm going to teach you something. I'm a Christian and I understand Christian culture, Christian politics, and how the church works and how it's very possible. Because Nick is claiming that this is one person making these allegations against him. It's very possible that what Nick is saying is true. That is, one person has beef with him. But the reason why 4 people came to the pastor, again, has a lot to do with Christian culture, Christian politics, and the way the church works. And I'm not just referring to Catholicism or Protestantism. It's just something from the Bible that Christians do at church. Again, it's like when they read from the Bible. Some people might do X, Y, and Z. They sing and all that stuff. This is a ritual that has biblical support to it. So okay. So, however, as of recent years, the shows on media entertainment show. Okay, that's a lot on the fucking Steel Toe Morning Show. So that's a lot. Okay. It was reported that M. Holtz may have been staying at Rekieta's home. It was reported church So it was reported from a church preschool teacher. And again, I think this was got blown up. Nick's youngest is 6 years old. So what would the preschool teacher know about what's going on with Nick's house now? Unless it's like, again, it's supposed to believe this is homeschooling, but this sounds more and more like a private school, a private Christian school that they were taking the kids to. Because again, if they're homeschooling, the kids are at home. That's the whole point of homeschooling. They're probably doing Zoom classes and stuff. So how would they see the kids? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. They might have had, again, I know Nick talks about the homeschooling system, that they were part of a system of homeschooling. He didn't really go into specific details about it, but hold on 1 second. Let me make sure, because I just bumped my mic. Mic check, mic check. Okay, I think I'm working. All right, I think I'm good. So the preschool teacher complained about the kids being hungry, not being fed, and wearing the same clothes for 3 and 4 days. This is an important thing, the 3 and 4 days. So these kids are wearing the same clothes weeks at a time. They're not being showered. They're starting to smell like shit. This narrative is destroyed in in one sentence. One sentence which the person writing that sentence thought was gonna be a got you moment. That one sentence fucked this allegation up. One sentence, some guy in the supplemental report trying to turn heartstrings fucked himself when he wrote this one sentence. I'm about to annihilate this shit in like 2 seconds, but you're gonna have to wait till after I get through this search affidavit, and then I'm gonna skim through the supplemental report because again, that's a lot of stuff that we already know. But I wanted to check the I wanted to gather information we can only gather through here. So affiant. Okay, so it's Mel Nicholas reported being lethargic, appearing high or drugged, and driving a car around. So if he's high, if he's on drugs, if he's drunk, if he's an alcoholic, question number one. No, actually, that was question number one last stream, but now it's question number two. Why wasn't he charged with a DUI? Why wasn't he charged with a DUI? If you know that you're dealing with an alcoholic and this alcoholic is driving around, this guy wasn't expecting to get pulled over at all. He wasn't expecting. He wasn't like he thought he was it's gonna be a regular day at the office. He was driving his daughter to school, and he gets pulled over by the cops. He's probably drunk already, according to the narrative. But again, why wasn't he charged with a DUI? Because he wasn't drunk. And if he's not drinking alcohol when he wakes up, then he doesn't have a liquor problem. Yes, we see him get blasted every single night when he does his show. But what is he doing when he's not on his show? What is he doing when he's not on the show? Is he drinking when he's not on the show? Again, we've seen him get blasted during the show. We've seen him get blasted at the meetups. But is he drunk during the panels? Is he drinking during the panels? Is he drinking during these other events? Like, again, if this guy's an alcoholic, if this guy's an addict, he becomes his addiction. He is consumed by his addiction. He wakes up and he consumes his addiction. So if he's not an alcoholic, if he's not addicted to the substance that we know he's consuming, then how could he be addicted to the substance that we don't know he's consuming? A lot of people, we have all these evidence. Again, I'm about to destroy the white powder supposedly on his nose too. I know Viva and Barnes are claiming that white thing might be on his nose, might have just been the lighting. It could be the lighting, but let's say that is white powder. I'm just about to, again, there's evidence in the documents that contradict themselves. Again, and we're about to get through this shit. So, okay, so children complain about being hungry, not being fed, wearing the same clothes 3 to 4 days at a time. Smell Nick was reported being lethargic, high, driving around. Another individual advised the reporter that Nicholas walks out randomly during the sermon and at the church and noticed behavioral changes in him. It was alleged that Kayla looked anorexic. And why is this being alleged? Again, I want you to notice something. The pastor is telling the cop something that other people tell him. But again, fuck, I should have waited I wanted to wait till after I read the whole thing, but I just couldn't do it. I gotta start annihilating the narrative. I couldn't help myself. So question number 1. What did the pastor see? What did the pastor... Damn, I wrote that wrong. Oh, man. I'm a fucking bad Christian. What did the pastor see? Why is he telling the cop that somebody else told him this shit? Why does he have to do that? Why couldn't he just say, hey, this is what I saw? Why does he, like, what the fuck is this bullshit? What the fuck is this bullshit? And then everybody's claiming like, oh, people from the church complaining about him, the kids complaining about him. Again, just ask yourself simple questions. That's a very simple question. What did the pastor see? What did the pastor see? You're the pastor. You're giving the sermon. You're in front of the church. You're looking at everybody. Like, I don't know if you understand how church thing works, but the first person you meet when you go to the church should be the pastor. The pastor should be at the door, greeting everybody, talking to everybody, settling him down. And if it's not him, the deacons be doing it. Again, I'm a Christian, and I've been to several different kinds of churches. I've been to Catholic churches. I've been to Pentecostal churches. I've been to non-denominational churches. I've been to Baptist churches. And they're usually around the same thing. The Catholic churches, if it's a very large Catholic church, the priest is not going to do that because, again, there's so many people. If it's a smaller Catholic church, the priest might be greeting you at the door. But most of the time, small churches like this, and again, it's a population of only 1,000 people. There might not be, this church might only have like maybe 50 to 75 people in it, and that's if it's a large church in the community, and that's if it's a large church in the community. And he doesn't need, he's the pastor, he's the shepherd of the flock. He's supposed to know who's in his congregation. Unless somebody is brand new to his congregation, he should know what's going on with Nick. Why does he have to have somebody else tell him all this shit? That is where he should see it with himself on and just take claim. Do you know why he's not taking claim for any of the allegations that he's reporting against Nick? Spoiler alert, this guy is a coward. This guy wants Nick because he knows Nick is gonna see once Nick finds out that he went to it, Nick was gonna find out. And why would he be afraid of Nick? Think about it. Nick made hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars a year doing YouTube. He blew up. That's, again, when I said that there are people attacking him that wants his audience is the most effectively monetized audience on YouTube and Rumble and all those other places. The only people that make more money than him, especially the only people that were making more money than him when he was on YouTube before he went to the Rumble exclusive shit, were VTubers. And these people want that. So he's making a shit ton of money, making a shit ton of money off of Super Chat. He's making a shit ton of money off of ads. He's making a shit ton of money off of sponsorships. He's making so much money. He's making so much money. He was able to buy a Lincoln Navigator and a Ford Mustang. He's able to buy those two cool cars. And like I don't know if it was the depth stream or the written out stream. I think it was the written out stream where he claimed to have made over $38,000 or something like that. It's very high. He said he made enough money to buy some car and shit. Made thousands upon thousands of dollars. So if a guy's making thousands upon thousands of dollars and his kids are going through through your homeschooling system. Dude, imagine if Nick is paying tithes. Nick is probably this guy's whale. So, if Nick is paying tithes, Nick is putting a lot of money to the church. He doesn't want to piss Nick off, but whoever made this pastor report Nick, this pastor is afraid of that person too. This pastor is afraid of both these people. So these people were having like somebody had a beef with Nick and made his pastor report him. So, and again, I'm going to explain how that could be one person. Because again, what did the pastor see? What is your eyes? Why do you have to have other people tell you this? That is so weird. Again, and that's a simple question. What did you see? Why are you telling me something other people saw? Why are you telling me something other people saw? If I'm the cop, I'd be like, man, what did you... that would be the first question I would ask him. Like, okay, what did you see? That would be the first question I would ask him. Like, dude, what did you see? Well, I don't know. I'm like, are you that ignorant of your flock? I'm like, dude, I would not want to go to this church with this pastor there. And again, it might be... Nick might actually like this guy, but dude, a man of God doesn't do this. Christian culture, Christian politics, church politics, the kind of stuff that we're being alleged against Nick, that's handled internally. Again, I'm going to show you from the Bible that says you handle stuff internally. Now, if a guy commits murder, rape, one of these major crimes, of course you're going to hand him over to the cops and stuff. Yeah. Like if a guy robs the church, yeah, you're going to tell the cops, hey, this guy robbed all of us. Blah, blah, blah. This guy was scamming us. Yeah. But child neglect, drug use, that's something you handle internally. And again, I'm not trying to guard for Nick or anything, but I'm just trying to explain how it's supposed to work and what is supposed to happen as opposed to what actually did happen. And if what's supposed to happen doesn't happen, there's something in the story that doesn't make sense. So again, I'm going to treat this, these documents as if they were fictional stories given to me by a classmate, and I had to critique them. And I wanted to say, hey man, I don't know if you know this, but pastors, churches, they handle these kinds of issues internally. They don't go to the police. And like, even if, again, some lawyer's going to say he's legally required to, nobody gives a shit about what's legally required. Is somebody going to snitch on the pastor for knowing that Nick was on drugs? Somebody going to snitch on the pastor? Was that the threat? Is that why this pastor was afraid of this person that was snitching on Nick? Because they were going to go to the thing and then say, oh, and I told my pastor, and my pastor refused to do anything of it. Except, you know what I'm saying? Again, you got to think about this. So, simple questions destroy the narrative. What did the pastor see? If the pastor didn't see anything, then what the hell is going on? Again, Nick's has probably been going to that same church for years. Why did Why did somebody else have to tell you something about your congregant? You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So another individual advised the reported. So advise, I think, refers to as tell. So whenever you see the word advise, means that they told the pastor that Nick walked out randomly. By the way, why does somebody need to tell the pastor something the pastor should already know? Think about it like this. You're the pastor, you're giving a sermon, and the pastor is looking at the congregation. The pastor is looking at the congregation. You're giving your sermon, you're giving your speech, and you're reading from the Bible, and you're doing X, Y, and Z. Nick is 6'2". If Nick got up and walked out, the pastor would notice. The pastor doesn't need anyone to tell him this. Why would somebody need to tell something the pastor should already know? The pastor should already know that Nick got up and walked out. He got up, walked out, and then what happened? Did he stay out? Did he come back? Did he get up and take a piss and came back like, what are we doing? Why is this being referenced? Because they want to paint the narrative that Nick got up and walked out so he could do some drugs. Again, he was searched. They didn't find any drugs. And we now know what they found on him. And it wasn't coke. If this guy's an addict, he would have had coke on him. He would have had coke on him. He would have had coke on his car. They didn't search his car. They searched him and didn't find coke on him. This guy's not on coke. Again, if the story is, if you're going to tell me this guy's a cokehead, if you're going to tell me this guy's an alcoholic, then he has to behave like an alcoholic. He has to behave and perform like an alcoholic. He has to do things that alcoholics and cokeheads do. And cokeheads, like, again, you're not going to see somebody who's addicted to something without what he's addicted to within arm's reach. So unless this dude shove his baggie of coke up his nose just so he could just pull it back out and push it back in and all that yada yada yada. But yeah, again, it doesn't fucking make sense, dude. All right, so your affiant walk down random doing sermons. So this is sermons as in plural at the church and have noticed behavioral changes in him. It was alleged Lady Rackets look anorexic and Nick has lost a lot of weight. So the Nick weight loss is intentional. He told us he was trying to lose the weight and then he got sick. According to him, he got sick. Lady Rackets, again, I'm concerned about her. I don't know what is going on with her. But again, she asked for medication at the jail and they don't specify what she's addicted. I mean, not what she's addicted to. They don't specify what she asked for. They don't specify what kind of medicine she asked for. Because if they would have specified what kind of medicine she asked for, people would be able to tell what kind of disease she had and whether or not that kind of disease would be exacerbated by the use of cocaine and alcohol. So back to the search warrant affidavit. Your affiant started so he started looking on YouTube. So let's go back to this detective. This badass, high CV, very experienced detective. They want you to think that this detective is Batman, that this detective is Sherlock Holmes, that he's gonna go out, do thorough police work, and that he's gonna get his guy. Here's the problem. Are you ready? Your affiant started to review Rekieta and the M-Hold social media blogs. The blogs are coming related to legal issues and blah, blah, blah. He basically let the algorithm do the investigation for him. Because if you, I'm just going to go YouTube. We're going to go to YouTube. I'm already in YouTube. Funny, talked to Nick and got new perspective. Of course you did. Of course you did. Of course you did. So let's just look at the Steel Toe Morning Show. Granted, the algorithm might have changed. All right, let's just leave that there and go back to the search warrant affidavit. All right, so he started looking at their blogs, and he's, by the way, this is the only time he details what Nick's show's about. He goes into detail what the Steel Toe Morning Show is about, even the history of it. But Nick is like, oh yeah, he reviews legal issues and high profile trials since Nick is a lawyer. Nick is known to drink alcohol excessively, but notice how far, by the way, notice when the dude starts talking about the Steel Toe Morning Show, including that they used to be on radio, and then look how far down start talking about Nick. Oh yeah, Nick shit. This dude was probably a fan of the M. Holtz. Bro. Probably. I don't know. Your African started to review Rekieta and Helmholtz blogs, yada yada yada. Okay. He gets drunk on stream. I immediately noted that Nick's appearance in recent months has changed. Does he watch Nick too? In recent months, or did he just take a screenshot like I did and just essentially see how much weight he's lost in the videos from January compared to May 22? Oh, he just probably took one video from January and one video from May. Nicholas appears to have lost weight. Let's do what he did. Rekieta law. Oh no, that's for later. This is for later. I'm gonna deal with him later. That's who I'm gonna call out. If you see that, if you saw that, I'm gonna obliterate his shit. Rekieta law. And then we go here. We go to live. We go all the way down to, would it be 5 months ago? Would it be 5 months ago? Oh, that's December. So that'll be let's try 4 months ago. Okay, so he's with Joe. All right, actually, I'm gonna try to see one where he's not with Joe. Okay, so let's compare from January. Okay, this is how Nick looked. Look how high that guy is. There's 5 minutes in, and this guy is fucking high as shit right now. Right? Oh, okay. He's not as high. All right. So let's now, again, open new link. Live. And the last stream he did. Was he with? Okay. Boom. Boom. Again, explain again, he's a little bit skinnier, but not that much. His no shoulder ass is skinny, but you would have to first off, start looking at somebody who's like in the fitness industry. They will look at the cheekbones. Look at the definition of the cheekbone. He has the beard covered him, but if he didn't, again, not saying that Nick isn't skinny. Nick is skinny as fuck. But again, there's a little bit of fat there. So there's a lot more fat there in the face as opposed to now again, from that angle, it's hard to tell. You have to catch the right angles. A lot of people are just comparing X, Y, and C, and they're doing wrong comparison when you're comparing somebody's look. Like when a lot of people lose weight, they take a picture in the same pose. That's how you compare yourself when you're losing weight. You take the picture in the same pose and then you analyze, hey, how much fat have you lost and where did you lose it? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Notice a cheek point. There's a little bit of fat pad there. Okay, but yeah, this face is a lot more fuller. Again, we don't know how much weight he has lost, but if he's on coke, then, because again, they want you to think, open new tab, go here, go to live, and then let's see the oldest, and then let's go all the way down, all the way down, all the way down to where am I going? Where am I going? What am I doing? By the way, that's like my exact well, not my exact same setup. I'm using Blue Yeti. That's why I sound like shit. Oh, that was 2 years ago. Damn, I wish he. Okay, so let's see if we can find him. All right, good. Boom. 2 years ago.
To the virtual hearing. So
okay, so he's way fatter there, and he's definitely sucking on that mic. Oh no, then he is there. They want you to believe that in 5 months he went from this. Damn, hold on, let me fix this. I don't want to see Nick like this. I do not want to see Nick like this. So he went from there. See, notice how there's a lot of fat in his face to now. It's a lot more slimmer. His face is slimmer. They want you to think that he went from this to this in 5 months, when in reality, he went from this to this. That's not that believable. And again, he streams, it's a headshot stream. Usually your head is the last place where you lose body fat. You lose body fat everywhere else. Your face is probably like the last place. Anyone who loses dramatic amounts of weight will tell you that your face is the last place. So a lot of people watching this who would watch him every single day wouldn't notice that. But yeah, that's fat. That's like Nick from 2021. That's September 10th, 2021 to now. So boom, boom, boom. And let's cut that out. And again, I'm going to deal with that later. So if we go back here, okay, while reviewing the whole social media blog, okay, say January 2024 compared to 2024. So he just took 2 videos from each month and compared them side by side and assumed that Nick lost a shit ton of fucking weight. He appears tired and overall strung out. And again, his CV is supposed to tell you that he could tell who's strung out. By the way, why would you use that term, strung out? Why would you? This is a legal document. Why would you use slang in a legal document? Why don't you just say he looked as if he was on drugs? He looked like he was under controlled substance, or he looked like he was too drunk to. Why would you use strung out? Well, again, it's just simple things that I noticed as of a English major, where again, using that terminology, it doesn't make sense. Like, you expect a judge to not know what a YouTuber is, but you expect them to know what the term strung out means. Just simple shit. you expect the judge not to know what a YouTuber is, but you do expect them to know what strung out means. Does the person writing this affidavit, do they know the judge they're about to hand this affidavit to? I don't know how, again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how that works. But do they pick, is the officer who's looking for looking for a search warrant to be approved, does he get to pick which judge he's gonna hand that to? Or like, is a judge, because I assume that the judge like that, like let's say that affidavit goes to the court system and then it gets randomly selected. The judges, again, it's a small town, there are not that many judges there. It's probably why the same judge, that might be why the same judge that was deciding Nick's defamation case is the same judge that signed off on this warrant. Again, it's a small judge. It's a small town. There aren't that many detectives. There aren't that many judges. But did he know who he was talking to? Did he know who he was planning on giving this affidavit to? I mean, there's a search warrant affidavit to. Because if you don't know who you're talking to, then continue to use that same language. Instead of saying strung out, why don't you just say he appeared, like, based on my experience, based on my expertise, he looked like he was on controlled substance A or controlled substance B, whatever. But he said he appeared strung out. What does that mean? And what did he mean to say? And then what did he mean for people to interpret? Because there's a lot of deceptive language being used in these documents. That's deceptive. Everybody know Nick drinks, gets drunk, and then, like, when he's done with the stream, passes out, if he doesn't pass out before he turns the stream off, right? But again, they're using this deceptive language to get people to get whatever judge is signing off on it to sign off on it, which is, again, it's messed up. It's fucked up that they did this to this guy. But let's continue. He appears common strung out with controlled substance users. Common referred to his studio as his basement in his own residence. Victim of swatting phone call. So they know he's being swatted, and he has dealt with Nick concerning the swattings. Offers because of these calls. Okay, so when Chevron responded, the calls were at blah blah blah. So the affiant knows Nick. He's not there's, again, people have to understand the difference between know of and to know. To know of means that I heard of this guy. To know as in I personally interacted with this guy. So he knows who Nick is. It's so victim of swatting phone call and is known to your affiants. Okay, so the guy's saying, yeah, I know who Nick is. Actually, not only do I know who Nick is, I've interacted with him before. And again, if you know that he's a victim of swatting, if you know that people continue to give you false report against this guy, why are you about to raid this dude? Why don't you just, like, start off small? Why don't you just, like, again, but I guess they really don't like this dude. So he pissed off the wrong person. And he has to deal with this bullshit because he pissed off the wrong guy. While reviewing the M-Hole social media blogs, Aaron recently indicated that he and April are getting divorced. How far back did you go into the Steel Toe Morning Show to find out that they're getting a divorce, to find out that they used to have a radio show, to find out that they were friends with Nick, and to find out that Aaron has experimented with coke and Molly in the past recently? What does that mean? By the way, uh, again, that's a good question. On December 19th, 2023, the M-Holes Broadcasting Podcast. So this is this shit right here. This first search thing. This dude literally let the algorithm do the work for him. Rekieta drops into the Steel Toe Morning Show. That was 2 days ago. No. This must have not been it. That's a lie. This is not the. That is not the. That is not the shit that. Okay, because it should have been like some many days. This is not a new video, but I was wrong on that one. And I'll admit to being wrong on that one. I thought that video was up. Nah, I thought that was one of the videos he saw, but I guess not. So let's go back. Spice, Minnesota, we don't need this anymore. I don't think we need this anymore. No, you fucking idiot. No one sees me drive. I'm gonna get to this shit later. And I'm gonna get to him later too. So while reviewing the M-Hole social media blogs, Aaron's okay, they're getting divorced, he did drugs. He broadcasted from Nick's house throughout the video. Throughout the M-Hole's video, it is apparent that so the appearance was that Nick went into his studio to go grab something. April has at times also appeared tired, lethargic, and strung out as well. And then he's talking about April being that. So Aaron outright admits to being on drugs. And then through his expertise, he could tell that Nick was on drugs and April was on drugs. According to his expertise, again, I'm going to wipe out that shit too. I think if I hadn't already, I wiped it out. Watch back. So in both Nick and M-Hole video blogs from Nick's studio, it is apparent they are in the same room. Now, you know shit. He's streaming from Nick's room. Background, okay. On May 22nd, 2024, M-Hole did a video where he talked about Nick and insinuated substance abuse, and also keyword insinuated. So one guy who has beat with Nick called him a crackhead, and you decided to raid him for drugs on a child neglect thing. So substance abuse, and also reference a blog that Nick put online on May 2020. Okay, so Aaron says that Nick is on coke because of the May 21st stream where all the bullshit happened. Nick was emotional. He had just lost the appeal case. He started talking shit about everybody. I was watching that stream and I fell asleep during that stream, so I missed the part where he apparently DSPs himself and all that stuff. So I really can't speak on it because that stream got deleted, and the only thing that's out there are the clips that people want to use to bash Nick. And here's the thing: Nick had a white powdery substance on his nose. Nick streams in 720p, I think, or 1080p. How is he able to tell? What was he watching? Was he watching this through that grainy footage, white powder nose? Okay. M-Hole and blah, the Nick needs help and he needs help for the kids, blah, blah, blah. So Aaron talking shit is what this guy is saying is evidence, enough evidence to raid Nick's house. This guy, holy shit. Your affiant was able to review the video that was taken off Nick's YouTube and social media sites. The video from May 21st and is of Nicholas in his basement studio about the coke peel he lost. So now this guy knows who this thing is for, who this search affidavit is for, and he literally states, hey, he was bitching about the court case you decided. This guy is bitching about the court case you decided. He's saying that your court, that the case you decided, that your judgment was wrong. He appealed it, and then the appeals court said he was wrong, and now he's talking shit. How do you think that's definitely? How is that even allowed? Like, hey, can I search the house of the guy who's been talking shit about you? Just again, just simple question. How did that even? Was that even allowed to happen? Like, is this just one judge reviewing these search affidavits? Is there not another dude just to make sure that there isn't any conflict of interest, any look of impropriety? Yeah, he's gonna put in the search warrant. Hey, the guy that was talking shit about you, can I go raid his house? Because I think he's on coke. I think he's on coke. This guy over here insinuated he's on coke. These people over here are saying he's on coke. Let me raid the guy that is talking shit about you. Blah, blah, blah. His house. Okay. In his basement studio, he appears to be drinking alcoholic beverages, appears on the influence of substances. The entire blog is 4 hours. Damn, that was a 4 hour long thing. And approximately at 2 hours and 46 minutes, in the video, he leaves to go to use the restroom. When he returns at 2:50, so that was a 4-minute break. Normally, Nick's takes like 10 or 15 minutes. That's a quick fucking break. He appears to be making an excited look and has white powdery substance on his nose. Okay, let's talk about this. So I think this is the opportunity for me to destroy this shit real quick. Remember the 5th of November. Remember the 5th of November. Where is it? Okay. The following items were located in the master bedroom near the nightstand. Yellow snort tube positive for cocaine. That's the only thing I need you to see. Are you ready? Here's a simple question that annihilates the narrative. Real quick, just a simple question I'm just going to ask. If he snorts coke through a snort tube, why is there white powder? So white power, a white powder on his nose. Just a simple question. Think about it. Just think about it for 2 seconds. He snorts through a snort tube. He puts the snort tube up his nose, and then whatever line of coke. By the way, that's a quick line of coke. 5 minutes. Normally, it takes 15 minutes to check on Lady Rackets, make sure all the kids are asleep, and then it comes back to stream. But in 4 minutes, he sets up a line of coke. He's in his bathroom, sets up a line of coke, and then he snorts it to the snort tube. He still ends up with powder on his nose. Like, if he's in the bathroom, if he's looking at the mirror, he should be able to see the powder. He should be able to see it. And besides, most cokeheads, they play with their nose after they finish snorting coke. Again, I'm not a cokehead, but I'm just telling you what I've seen in movies. Like, these dudes, they snort their coke and then they start playing with their nose and make sure they wipe the shit off their fucking nose. But this dude was so fucking drunk he forgot to wipe it off his nose, and he snorted so much of it that it just fucking spilled on his shit. Again, if he snorts coke through a snort tube, why is there white powder on his nose? Now, let's say I wanted to say Nick is innocent and that white powder is not coke. It could easily have been a powdered donut. And be like, there's no fucking way. Yes way. How do I know this? Because I eat powdered donuts. My favorite donut is the vanilla cream donut from Dunkin' Donuts. And that's is a powdered donut. And like when I'm at work and I'm trying to eat fast, you'll get that powder all over you, including your face, maybe your nose, depending how hard, like if you're trying to just eat fast. So he got back. This was a 4-minute break. It could have easily been that he went in, like he went to wherever he keeps his snacks, because he does have like a snack fridge or something like that. Something where he keeps his snacks so that he can eat. If he was eating a powdered donut, again, if he was eating, because again, is as reasonable as him doing coke. Again, I don't give a fuck what anyone else is saying. He took a 4-minute break, and he came back at powder substance on his nose. He did coke and he forgot to wipe his nose. Instead of like he went to his snack drawer like he always does, grabbed something to eat. Maybe it was a powdered donut, shoved it in his mouth real quick, and he forgot to wipe his face. It's just as reasonable. And then he said he looked energetic. He looked excited. Probably because he just had a donut. And again, people are energized when they take a break. Again, anybody who's at a regular job knows that. Like anybody who's like at a job where people smoke, where these guys need to take a break every hour on the hour for 10 minutes, knows that when everybody gets back to work, everybody is feeling up and energized and shit. Now, how energized was this? I was gonna do this. I completely forgot. I have to go to Rumble. Now that's gonna take too long, but I should if I wanted to really destroy it, like absolutely destroy it, I would take the last 10 streams, watch for a minute, because he always takes a break. He's constantly taking a break, like after the Rumble flip. So he does the Rumble flip, and then he takes the break where he's playing the Peeing Lawyer song. When he gets back, again, normally that takes 15 minutes, but this was like a quick 4-minute break. Oh, yeah, that's a very quick break. Again, he could have easily taken a piss around that time. He could easily just grab something to eat. But people want to believe he just snorted coke. So, and again, there's also such a thing as a sugar high. So again, I'm not trying to. Yes, I am. I'm trying to fucking again just establish reasonable doubt. Well, some people might say it isn't time for reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is required after the case when the jury is deciding the case. But we could do that now. Like again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a legal expert. We could decide that now. We could look at this now and say like, we could start establishing doubt now. And he has to start establishing doubt now. He needs a lawyer that's ready to defend him now, ready to present his case now. Or not now. Let me take that back. I think there's certain things that Nick has to keep close to the chest. For example, if Nick has anything exonerating him, any exculpatory evidence that proves that he's innocent, he needs to keep that hidden. He needs to keep that ace up his sleeve until he's ready to play it. So he might have to take, because I know he's probably fucking pissed right now that everybody he had on his platform, everybody that he helped build up, is turned on against him and is now starting to talk shit. And again, I'm going to call someone out after I'm done annihilating this document. But He's probably pissed. He's probably screaming. He probably wants to say something, but he knows he can't. And there isn't anybody sticking up for him, which is why I'm doing this. Again, Robert Bourne is looking at it from a constitutional perspective, and he's ignoring the fact that it's Nick. That's what he's claiming. But again, if I'm not looking at it from a legal standpoint, I'm looking at it from a story standpoint, as in, does this story make sense? And again, I'm just starting, just 2 questions already. I don't even think I'm done with the document. What did the pastor see? Because he's basically telling him third and second hand account. This guy's the pastor. This guy should know Nick, and he should know what's wrong with him, and he should be able to notice that. And number 2, if Nick snorted coke on the May 21st stream, why is there white if he snorts coke through a snort tube? That's the question. If he snort coke through a snort tube, why is there white powder on his nose? Again, just little shit. If you didn't hate this guy the way some people hated this guy, and just actually just looked at what is being told, this is what they expect me to believe. He has a snort tube, but he made such a mess doing coke that he still ended up with powder on his nose. But then what's the fucking point of the snort tube? Again, why is the pastor not telling the officer what he saw of Nick? Why is a lot of it, again, there's a lot of it stupid. So you're asking believe. Okay, so they start, come back, blah blah blah. So the detective says that based on my training and experience, when I see this, I'm assuming that. That's all he said. He said based on my experience and based on my training, whenever I see a person do this, I conclude that. That's all that he's saying. That is all that he's saying. He said based on my experience. So, based on his experience, and based on his conclusion, based on his experience, which I explained, a lot of it is bullshit. You should violate this guy's constitutional right and just find whatever the fuck, just raid his fucking house unjustly and whatever. And again, I'm gonna rip this one dude apart, but I'm gonna do that later. So, your affiant believe that the report of neglect and controlled substance use are consistent with the previous mentioned information. Your affiant is requesting. So, said He said, I believe. So he's telling the judge, "Hey, I'm assembling the Avengers to go raid this dude's house." That's all that means around this time. Boom. That's all that means. Okay, and this is a search warrant. Boom, 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 perjury, the controlled substance, whereas therefore, blah, 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 said they believe that shit. So this is the approval. So this is the guy writing this and telling them, hey, give me the search warrant. The judge, whose Nick has been talking shit about, says, here's the search warrant. And then this is what they found in the search warrant. And right here, these 2 things. By the way, I just noticed that 2 credit cards belonging to April M. Holtz and 2 20 spent shell casings on the floor. By the way, this is some creepy ass handwriting. This is some psychopath shit. This is beyond chicken scratch. Can you what the fuck? Like, were you not on a chair writing this down, like printing legibly? What the fuck is this fucking psychopath's handwriting? Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, bro. Again, what he found here is what, where is it? That's what he's referring to. Those are the evidence that he's referring to. Okay. So, again, what did the pastor see? If he's on coke, why is he snorting it? If he snorts coke through a snort tube, why is there white powder on his nose? Yada, 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 yada. Yeah, now we're about to go to the supplemental report, which I had to redact personally because no one else has done this yet. I redacted this and posted it on vivabarnes.local.com. So these are all the cast and characters. Let's treat this like a play. These are all the cast and characters. So this is the snitch. Actually, let me not say that. So this is the pastor, Nick, Lady Rackets. When it says mention, a lot of people saying that this guy's bearing witness. This guy's not bearing witness. This guy this term is referring to the people who are mentioned in the report. That doesn't necessarily mean that they testified. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're cooperating. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're involved. It just says like, hey, this person was mentioned in this report. So Aaron and April M. Holt. The victims are Nick's kids. And mentioned Paula. I think this is the school teacher, Paula Holman. I redacted all the kids and I redacted all the addresses. I didn't redact all the adults because eventually we're gonna find out who the hell these people are anyway during the court case. So it might as well fuck them. They're using these people's words against my boy. So, and again, if Nick has a problem with it, sorry, bro. Didn't mean to piss you off, but again, so you got Paula Holman, you got Jasmine Elizabeth Wright, which is apparently Lady Racket's sister. You got Shine Lynn Bitson, which is apparently the former nanny who left, who they doxed and found out what she looked like. And then the investigative officer is Sergeant David Nestor. So the sergeant who took the report is supposed to be the one investigating the case, right? And then these are the details. On May 26, Sergeant Nestor was told to meet the pastor in the office, and he was telling me that, hey, he's the pastor of these two people, the Nick and Lady Rackets, and all their kids are mentioned over here, right? And then the children reside with the mom, blah blah blah, and advice. And he basically told them that the Rekietas had a living nanny for 4 or 5 years. So this woman was with Nick for 4 or 5 years, who recently left and began working for another family within the church. This was the first flag for the individuals who reported to Malin that something was wrong with Rekieta. Why? Why would that be the first flag? And that happened earlier this year, maybe like 6 months ago, going on. At the end, so she left a long time. So now you're gonna wait 6 months after she left to say, hey, there's a problem at the household? Like, what is this bullshit? So the nanny left. There's a problem at the house. Maybe the other family offered her more money. It could have been like that. Like, the other family probably approached her, like, hey, you're a great nanny. Nick's kids are getting older. They probably don't need you anymore. You want to come work for us and I'll pay you more money? And she probably said, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. This doesn't necessarily mean that the Rekietas have a coke problem. It just means that this woman left and Nick has been searching for a new nanny ever since. All right. So this was the first flag for the individuals who reported to Malin that something was wrong with the Rekieta family. Malin advised that Bitson does not know that this report was being made. So the pastor is telling the officer that the nanny doesn't even know that the pastor is talking to the officer. Why is that? Why did he feel the need to include that? Why does the pastor not want why is the pastor telling the cop, hey, the nanny doesn't know I'm here? Why? ¿Por qué? Why is that? Let's annotate that. why does the pastor tell the officer that the nanny doesn't know he's there? It's one thing if the pastor say, hey, my wife doesn't know I'm here. Holy shit. But why does Nick's former nanny doesn't know I'm here? If she's his former nanny, why would she give a shit that you're there? Unless the nanny is gonna tell the cop that everything the pastor just said is fucking bullshit. But because who would know the Rekietas better than the woman who used to live with them? A total of 4 anonymous people made contact with Malin and advised him of the following information. So 4 random people that whose identities are being protected. 4 random people. But let's say Nick is claiming that it's one person. Nick is claiming that is one person bashing him. All right. So how is that possible? So how can 4 individuals come to the pastor and just have one person bitching to the pastor about the Rekietas? I'm going to show you how. Out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, KGB. Boom. 2 Corinthians verse 13. No, 2 Corinthians 13 verses 1 through 4. This is the 3rd time I am coming to you. In the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall every word be established. What does that mean? That you cannot, as a Christian, you cannot accept the word from one person, because it could just be one person talking shit. But if you have multiple people coming to you and bearing witness to the same thing, then is more likely for things to be true. So that would be like saying, instead of having one person say that, hey, I witnessed Michael Jordan shoot someone in the head. If 3 people are claiming, hey, Michael Jordan shot this guy in the head, is more believable than one. And again, that's like if Michael Jordan was being accused of murdering someone, yada, yada, yada. And again, he's at a bar. One person will tell you, hey, yeah, not I murdered, but yeah, I was at a bar, I was drinking, and I saw Michael Jordan put out a gun and shoot him in the face. And then another person's like, yeah, I was watching Jimmy Kimmel, and then I heard a gunshot wound, and then I heard a gunshot, and then I turned around, and it was Michael Jordan with a pistol and another guy down on the floor, bleeding to death. And then another guy said, yeah, I saw the whole thing. They were talking shit to each other, and then Mike just lit his ass up. So that's what that means. Now that gives more credibility to what is being said. The fact that multiple people are coming to claim something. So how does this work in church culture, in the church politics? You heard of the Mike Pence rule, right? The Mike Pence, the former vice president of the United States, had this rule where he wouldn't talk to a woman by herself or something like that, unless it was his wife. Or he wouldn't talk to anybody by themselves unless they had another person with them. That is something that's biblical. So a pastor would have that kind of rule where if you're coming to the pastor with something, don't come to the pastor by themselves. You better come with multiple people, and these people better confirm or better agree with what you're saying, unless what you're saying to me is bullshit. Okay, so it's very easy that somebody at that church with a lot of influence could have grabbed four people, probably four people that don't like Nick, gone to the pastor, and then let her ramble off her bullshit. And then afterwards, when the pastor went to confirm with these other four people, these four people or these three people, so it's like one person's bitching and then three other people are just agreeing with the thing that this person is bitching about. That gives more credence to what is being said. But again, question number one, what did the pastor see? What did the pastor see? Why does the pastor have to have someone else tell him something he should already know? This pastor should already know that Nick is losing a shit ton of weight. This pastor should already know that Nick likes to get up and up back and forth from the church service. This pastor should already know a lot of stuff that these people are telling him, but he's pushing the blame off to these people. And I think because Nick is paying that church a lot of money. Hold on. So let me go back to this shit. So again, advised. Okay, Nicholas and report. A total of 4 anonymous people made contact with Malin and advised him. And again, that's the way it's possible from Nick's perspective, because Nick is claiming that this is just one person bitching about him, right? But the report wants you to believe that this pastor is reporting things that different people are telling him at different times. And again, and if you don't understand church politics, if you don't understand church culture, you would believe that hey, this pastor was just minding his own business, and then one person after one person just came to him with different complaints about Nick. That might not be the case if you understand how church politics works. So now you're presented with hold on, let me continue reading. Oh shit, I'm getting pains. Nick and Lady Rackets have 2 homes in the property, and he had been renting one out to Jessica Hatfield and her husband, but they were asked to leave and no one is occupying that residence now. So Nick had people paying rent. And why would he ask them to leave? That's a good question, but I don't think that's relevant. I don't think this information is relevant. Why did he bring that up? Again, this is church gossip. A lot of this is just church gossip. All right, so Nick and Lady Rackets have formed a newer relationship with Aaron and April Hemholt. I was advised that Aaron Hemholt and Nick do some type of blogging or YouTube radio show and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So he's talking about the Steel Toe Morning Show. But they're saying the search warrant affidavit mentioned questionable relationship. The search warrant affidavit mentioned questionable relationship. What is questionable about making friends with people on YouTube? What is questionable? Again, just little questions like that. So, all right. So So Nick and they do sometime they're on YouTube. Malin was advised that Hemholt move in with Rekieta as well. So maybe that's why they asked Jessica Hatfield and her husband to leave, probably because Aaron and April needed a place to stay, and Nick was being a bro and let him stay there until they decided to get a divorce. That's possible. Saying the house is disarray. Where is that coming from? The house is in disarray. Where could that information come from? This are the parishioners who was in Nick's house to come back out and say, hey, their house is cluttered and is a mess and is fucking devastated and yada, 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 yada. Okay, the children are 2 boys and 3 girls. They have been noted to have been wearing the same clothing for 3 and 4 days. Notice that. Notice that. I want you to pay attention to that. This is a very big part of the narrative, the negligent narrative, that he doesn't give his kids showers. He doesn't feed them. They've been wearing the same clothes for 3 and 4 days. Words matter. Detail matter. I'm going to destroy this shit in like when I get done and when I get to the end of the document, because it's at the end of the document where this thing is just obliterated and the person writing these statements don't notice this. They don't notice the little mistake they made. I'm trained to pick apart these things because, again, I'm a creative writing major, but they don't know they killed this narrative within this document. All right. The preschool director at the church that one of the kids attend, Paula Holman advised Malin that the younger children have advised her that they are hungry and are not being fed, and also made a comment about clothing. So here we have a name to the allegation. There are other allegations that no one is claiming, but this allegation has a name to it. Paula Holman. She's the one who's saying that one of the children, that's plural. That means a multiple, one of the kids, like maybe 1 or 2. I told her that they are hungry and they're not being fed, and also made comments about clothing. So Paula Holman is the only witness. So is that 5? There's 4 anonymous people and the school teachers. That's 5 people complaining about Nick. But this one is weird. Her name got put on blast, and she probably wanted to remain anonymous. Probably didn't want Nick to know that the person he's paying to teach their kids just threw him under the bus. Because that is what happened. And that the younger children had advised her that they have not been fed. That they are hungry and not have been fed. How old is this kid? This is a preschool director. So they say he's a preschool teacher, but is the director at the church. So the preschool director. So this is not. If you're not their actual teacher, again, when did this happen? That's a very important one. When did this happen? They're not being fed? What does that mean? Do they even know? What was that interaction? They're saying, oh, this is what the kid's saying. No, this is what she is saying. This is hearsay, hearsay, hearsay. Excuse me. This is hearsay, hearsay, hearsay. Made comment about the clothing. One anonymous party advised that they do not believe that the children born from 2012 and 2015 are being homeschooled, while the other boys do attend at the, and I redacted this because this is again, they're saying homeschool, but it sounds more like a private school, because again, you're assuming that home is at home. They're at home learning this shit. Again, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. All the information that's regarding the church, the Rekieta's family, has now gone to blanks, and the response is not reputable. Okay, so this right here, they're saying that one of these kids, so this child, was the one that told the church something, and that Nick and Lady Rackets didn't tell the church a thing. They didn't say anything about what's going on in their home life. That what they're learning from this child. I think it was a child. I don't want to It must have been a child or blah, blah, blah. Okay. An anonymous person advised mailing that they observed Nick being lethargic and appeared to be high or drugged or driving a car around. An anonymous person. Not another anonymous person or a separate anonymous person. Or they could have just said anonymous person 1, an anonymous person 2, an anonymous person 3, an anonymous person 4. No, they're saying anonymous person. So these are random people. Random people are saying this. Or one random person brought 3 other people to bitch about Nick to the pastor. And the pastor, instead of doing what a pastor is supposed to do and confronting Nick, again, this is shit that should have been dealt with eternally. Internally, again, if this pastor was, again, doing what the Bible commands him to do, he would have confronted Nick. He would have asked him what's going on. He would have told him, hey, these people came to me to bitch about you, about what you're doing. What the hell is going on? And if there was a grave sin being spread amongst the church, he would have probably told Nick to leave the church. But hey, I love you. I'm only trying to do right by you, but the Bible commands me to kick you out. So you and your family have to leave. And by the way, Nick, if you're ever watching this, if you don't know that you're not welcome in that church anymore, you should know now. You should know now that you're not welcome in that church. And if I were you, I wouldn't go to that church if they welcome you back either. That church, again, they delivered you to the devil, bro. Because this is the devil. That you're dealing with the devil now. You're dealing with the devil now. This is the devil. So, an anonymous person observed that Nick was being lethargic and too high to be drugged, and appeared to be high or drugged, driving a car around, lethargic. Again, Nick suffers from narcolepsy, and if he's driving the car around and he's tired, it's probably because he's not getting enough sleep, even the sleep that he's supposed to be getting. Because that nanny's gone. Okay. Another anonymous person advised that Nick will walk out randomly during sermons again. Why did the pastor need someone else to tell him something he should already know? Why did the pastor? What the pastor is doing is passing off blame to other people. That way Nick won't be mad at him. That's what the pastor is doing. Because the pastor should already, again, like I said earlier in the stream, Nick is 6'2". If he gets up in a room, everyone's going to notice because he's that tall. There are not that many people over 6 feet walking around. The average height in the United States is 5'9". If a 6 foot dude is getting up and walking out, making moves, everyone's going to notice. Why does even if the pastor is just reading from the Bible, if the pastor is reading from the Bible and then just notice something off the peripheral, that thing he's gonna notice is Nick. So if he notices that Nick gets up and walks out of, did they say sermon or sermon? Did they say sermon? So it's the same plural. It's saying that's what he does on a regular basis. Why does the pastor need someone else to tell him something he should already know if Nick has done this? First off, we don't even know if he's getting up and taking a piss. We don't even know if, like, again, sermons last normally an hour and a half, maybe more, maybe 2 hours. You don't think a guy's going to get up and take a piss throughout the sermon? You don't think that? You think that a guy's going to just sit there and just wait? Again, they don't say where he goes. He get up and walks out of the sermon. He went there. We have video proof that he goes there with his family. So he just got up and walked out and then left his family back there? You expect me? Just simple questions. What? Oh, okay. This is after the search app. Okay. I should have been in search affidavit, but I'm going to be like. So, questions I have after reading the supplemental report. Questions I have after reading the supplemental what is it called? Is this supplemental report? Shit, hold on. Bear with me. Report. Let me separate that. Do that here. And now, where did Nick go when he left the when he got up from the no, let me say that right. When did Nick go when he left the sermon? All right. Now, where do you go? Where did you go? The house. Okay, so where are we? Saying he's driving again. The DUI, DWAI. If they know he's high, if they know he's drunk, why isn't he being charged with a DUI, DWAI, yada yada yada? Why wasn't he? Where's the toxicology report? We're about to find out through the supplemental report that they didn't do a toxicology report. Or not, is that what? They didn't do a drug test. That's what I'm saying. They didn't do a drug test on these people. They didn't drug test. Why would, if you're busting these people for possession of narcotics, and you're busting these people because they're doing drugs, why wouldn't you do a drug test? And if you did a drug test, why didn't you annotate it in the report? Because they know that Nick is not going to test positive for any cocaine or substance abuse. That's my guess. I might be nose guarding. Fuck it, I'm a nose guard, baby. But again, they don't test them. Everybody is assuming they test them, but it doesn't say that they tested them. So again, but I'm skipping ahead. So Nick will walk out randomly during sermons. An anonymous individual had advised Malin that they noticed the behaviors changes with Nick and Lady Rackets. Lady Rackets looking anorexic and Nick have lost a substantial amount of weight. Again, Nick wanted to lose weight and then he lost too much weight. And there's even hold on, let me go to this bitch. Let me go to this hating ass bitch. She might be doing me a favor. Oh, that ain't it. Is this it? Ooh. So you go here. You go here. Why is critical in the courtroom? Oh. Oh yeah, this is muted. Fuck it. Fuck it. Wait. Okay. Do you want to lose weight? Skinny neck. Skinny neck is at healthy weight, but thank for your concern. Okay, that hasn't changed. Skinny neck, sick neck, checking on Lady Rackets. Oh, this has been a thing. How to drink and not get fat. Skinny neck health goals. Monograph from Rekieta. Eliminate lob 2. Oh shit. Eliminate lob 2. Fuck. Work strikes, cancellation, restructuring locals. That was 6 months ago. But there's shit that a lot of it. I don't even want to look through it, to be honest. But it's probably there where he talks about his weight a lot and stuff, and I don't want to. Should I? Nick hasn't changed. Skinny Nick. Health goes. Let's
defending your weight too. When you're bigger, Lazy Pennant says, stop defending your weight too. When you're bigger, people gave you shit for that. Took screenshots of you. I think you look healthy now. Don't intentionally lose more. No, I told you, Lazy, I went below the floor that I wanted to. My range, because it fluctuates a little bit, 160 to 165. I thought it was going to be higher. My original goal when I was over 200 pounds was 185. I got to 185, and I met people who were my height or even a little taller who were in the 165 area, and I was like, oh no, like they look okay. They have a slender build, right? But they look in shape. They don't look.
I don't think. Again, I think he made a mistake when concerning the weight loss. He didn't take into account not just his height but his frame. That's a lot. Bone structure. That matters a lot when losing weight. Some people think that if you are this tall and you're this old, then you should weigh this much. But weight loss is a lot more complicated than that. You could have people who are 5'8" and be at different heights and with different body fats and yada yada yada. But again, we're letting Nick explain. And this, of course, he looks high as fuck and shit. You know, like it is not after he just finished doing a stream and he's a little bit drunk and all that shit.
Horrifically thin or whatever. I could do that until my guys, I'm a skinny fat or whatever. So you take off the excess fat and then you're left with your skinny frame.
Yeah.
And if you want to add weight, you want to add muscle rather than fat.
Yeah.
It's going to look a little different. My goal is to add weight eventually. Been going to a gym, which I haven't done in years and years and years, to actually work out and build some muscle. That's going to add weight numbers without adding like bulk, unless you do it in a specific way. So hopefully I'll actually gain some weight. But as long as I'm where I am.
Notice the white powder right there. Just a little bit of white powder. Just a little bit of white powder.
I'm in a healthy weight range.
Of course, I'm just making a joke. I'm just noticing that the tip of his nose is a little bit lighter. It could easily just be, you could see the reflection of the light in his eyes. That's the reflection of the light source pointing at his eyes.
And yeah, be happy with that.
And again, this thing is recorded through low quality and shit. Like I have it on HD, but who knows what shit that cop was looking at. So yeah.
Results, great. But that being said,
all right, so yeah, he's talking about wanting to weight gain and lose. I mean, wanting to gain weight back that he lost. He was intentionally losing the weight, and then he lost a little bit too much, and now they think he's on crack. Imagine losing weight and then people saying you're on crack, and then having the cops raid your house because you lost too much weight. Imagine that. That's just so fucking stupid, dude. That shit is so stupid that this guy lost too much weight and now he's dealing with cops and shit and the police and the law and shit. This is fucking bullshit, dude. This dude, I can't imagine what he's going through right now. So, where do we go from here? Where were we? Nicholas, she appeared to be anorexic again. Going back to the first question, what was the medication that was brought to Lady Rackets? What was the medication that was brought to Lady Rackets at the county jail? Again, I think we're gonna see the evidence thing. Is it? Did we go past that? No. Okay, that's the cast of characters. And all right, so this is the detail report. Okay, so Nicholas lost more. Okay, an anonymous individual again, we don't know who is saying what. The only person who has an allegation attached to their name is Paula Holman. Anonymous individual could be anything. And if Paula Holman is identified, that means there are either 4 other people making claims against Nick, or again, like I explained with the church culture, church politics, is one person that brought 3 other people to the pastor so he could bitch about Nick. Again, we don't know, but they're saying anonymous individual have advised that they have seen what is being described as injection or track marks on Nick's arms, and we have a picture thanks to this hating ass bitch. Let me go back. All right, so these, damn, I wish we could enlarge them, but these are the little injuries that apparently they're referring to. Those are not, anybody who's had their blood drawn knows that that is not where you inject the needle, you fucking dumbasses. You fucking dumbasses. That is not where you inject the fucking needle when you're trying to get into the bloodstream. So first, let's Google what track marks are supposed to look like. Track marks. We're going to see a picture of Nick's arms. All right, so those are what track marks look like. All right, those are what arms look like. And is it here? No, here. Okay, here and here. Are those what Nick's arm look like? Because remember, they're constantly being, damn, that's a fucking ugly ass fucking. What do track marks look like? So, okay, notice the bruising. Notice the bruising and the injection. The reason why it's bruised is because the vein in the arm has been injured. The vein in the arm has been injured. Okay? Track marks all pictures how to prevent and get rid of track marks. Symmetria recovery. Okay. That's not okay. Okay, the appearance of trauma include bruising, puncture wounds, scabs, infections, or blah blah blah. So I think this is what a heroin addict actually looks like. Oh, by the way, we're gonna get to the heroin. I'm gonna kill that shit too. I'm killing. Again, all I did was just read. I didn't. Again, there's people who read the document, and then there's people who had the documents read to them with commentary, and that they allow that commentary from a lot of people who are biased against Nick to influence their opinion of the case. Again, I'm doing the same thing. I am giving commentary about what I'm reading, and I am obviously explaining my bias. But if, again, those marks, hold on, let me go back to this shit. Oh, this mark does not look like that. None of that shit doesn't look like that. These are 2 separate things. Again, what are track marks? This is even worse. Look at it. It's just a quick Google search. Okay, that might be it. Marks on someone's arms. Are they heroin or track marks? So this is similar to what Nick might be having. Maybe if you want to say that those are puncture wounds in Nick's arms. Okay, so let me X out of that. And let me go back to the supplemental report. Okay, track marks on Nick's arm. Anonymous individual advised mainly that they believe the M-hosts are possibly assisting with some sort of drug use, or Nick and Lady Rackets. Okay, so they're engaging in drug use. Why would you say assisting? What the fuck? They're engaging in some type of drug use with Nick and Lady Rackets. So some random dude again. Okay. Nick's blogging and views and subscribers are down. If you're only looking at the YouTube, yeah, but he's a Rumbler now. You have to take into account the Rumble stats. Again, they could Rumble, the part of the contract is that Rumble covers the income Nick's lost from going to Rumble. That's what was part of the contract. It's saying, hey, I'm making this amount of money in super chats on YouTube. Why the fuck would I go to Rumble? Rumble was like, because we will pay you. We will cover that shit. We'll cover you. You'll do an hour on YouTube, and then you come bring that money given audience to us. And it worked because I watched Rumble for Viva and Barnes, and I watched Rumble for Nick. That's the only reason. Like, I don't really watch Rumble. Like, I'm mostly on YouTube, but whenever I know that Viva and Nick are about to stream, that's when I originally saw it on Rumble. Actually, with Viva and Barnes on Sundays, I actually watching from the locals. I watch from the locals, so that's one thing you could do. So if you're a local subscriber, just start watching on locals. So, an anonymous person advised mailing that at one point Nick and Lady Racket left with the handballs to go to. How do they know that? How do they? And they left the kids, putting the oldest son, who was born in 2007, in charge. Okay, I saw this in earlier stream with a guy that I'm about to call out, and it was the funniest shit I ever saw, because this dude made a big deal that Nick and Lady Rackets went to a casino with the M-holes and left the eldest kid in charge. Do the math. 2007 minus 2024. That is 16, 17 years old. The individual is 16/17 years old. He's gonna turn 17. So, again, somebody made a big deal. This somebody that I'm about to put on blast. If you didn't, if you're just tuning in and you don't know who I'm about to put on blast, get ready. It's about to be the fun. This is going to be the fun part. That's going to be the fun part of the show. But first, I got to go through the supplemental thing, and then I'm going to display a couple of things, a couple of narratives. So, again, this is a 17-year-old kid. A lot of people hire babysitters younger than this kid. People hire babysitters that are 15 years old. This guy is 16 going on 17. And again, we don't know how long Nick and Lady Rackets were at the casino with the M-holes. We don't know. Did they go on a Vegas trip? Was it a Vegas trip, and was the kid alone for weeks with the kids, with his siblings? Or did he go to a casino? Wait, hold on. Let me stop fucking speculating. Let me stop speculating, and let's just, dude, Google exists. Spicer, Minnesota Casino. Best casino near Spicer. How far along is this? Producing ghosts are limited. Oh, did I not find what I was looking for? The Little Crow Resort. The Little Crow Resort. Is that a casino? Is that a casino? How long were they gone? Were they gone for a couple of hours? Or gone for, again, why is that a thing here? It's like, you guys are going out again. It's supposed to, one, that's not a crime, and two, that's supposed to, what's essential? Damn, I forgot to say a word. I have this thing where I just forget how to say words, but you know the word I'm trying to say. Yeah, I know the word I'm trying to say. Sensations. Fuck. ESL. English is my second language. ESL. But you know, they're trying to make a big deal out of something that's not really that big of a deal. Okay. Malin wasn't okay. An anonymous person at one point. Okay, so they left. Okay, Malin was unsure if that was suitable or not. So even the pastor didn't know if there was anything wrong with Nick leaving the kids, with Nick leaving the 17-year-old kid in charge. The pastor didn't know. Like, they said he left his 17-year-old in charge while he went out to go gamble in his casino. By the way, notice that shit? Holy fuck. I just picked that up. They're using drugs. They're not getting as many views. They might be going through financial hard times. They're going to the casino. They have money to blow at the casino. Again, that might be a sign of his poor financial skills. Like he might not know how to manage his money. Maybe he did buy a Lincoln Navigator and a Ford Mustang in around the same time. But I don't think that's what this is there for. This is there to explain that, hey, these people are running out of money and they don't have enough money for food and they blow their money on casinos and drugs. That's what this is there for. That is what that's there for. Malin advised that nobody told him anything other than possible neglect or drug use. There was 0 reports of physical or sexual abuse, and that the kids were not in any immediate danger at the time of this report, which is why we're gonna bust this dude with a SWAT team. Okay, so mention the defendant, Nick, Lady Rackets, April. These are all the cops that swatted these motherfuckers. Actually, it might as well be fucking swatting because it sounds like bullshit. But again, this person, the person who's writing up this report, did not know that the charges against April Helmholtz were going to be dropped, because if they did, I think it was these credit cards that these loose credit cards in Nick's master bedroom is what made me think that there is something wrong with what is being said. That these loose credit cards, because remember, April has to be in that bedroom in order for them to scoop her up along with Nick and Lady Rackets. If these credit cards are not there, they can't touch her at all. They have to leave her back. And again, when they leave the kids with the grandparents. But they have to snatch up April. I'm assuming because they probably knew that if they should snatch up Nick and Lady Rackets by herself, that these two are not going to testify with each other. Again, they've been married for 20 years. I do not see a world where Nick is going to throw Lady Rackets under the bus, and I do not see a world where Lady Rackets is going to throw Nick on the bus. They need somebody to throw them under the bus, and that is why April is a defendant until the charges are dropped. That is why they snatched her up. And then once I realized that the credit cards didn't make sense, because again, these are credit cards. They're supposed to be in your wallet. They're supposed to be in your purse. Why are they loose? Again, unless they believe that the people reading this report and that the people reporting on this situation have a Hollywood understanding of drug use. Because it's only in the movies that you see these people just breaking up the coke with their credit cards. And by the way, the credit cards, those are the thing that they found next to the other shit that we're about to talk about. So, and again, once I realized that the credit card was bullshit, then I realized that the fucking that the shell casings were bullshit. So now we don't know if the credit cards are planted, but we do know that the shell casings were planted. Because again, look at all the guns that were confiscated. None of them are capable of shooting the bullets that these shell casings belong to. Think about that. Think about that for 1 second. Whoever's watching this. None of the guns that were confiscated from Nick are capable of shooting the bullets that the shell casings belong to. So what are those shell casings there? And again, where are the holes in the house? Where are the bullet holes? Was he shooting out the window? Was he, what the fuck is he doing? And again, if he's shooting his gun and he has neighbors and shit, why didn't anybody call the police before? These guys he's always getting swatted. Just these two shits. Again, the story begins to fall apart when you start thinking about this shit. Again, if a weapon was discharged at the home or room, where's the gun that fired it and where are the bullet holes? Just a simple question. So just a simple question after you read this without just hate in your heart for Nick Rekieta. Just read. Just like, matter of fact, if you didn't even know Nick and you found all this out, this was just somebody else. This guy's an alcoholic and he's on coke and he's driving his car and you don't charge him with a DUI. That again, it's just is right there. The thing is right there. So let's go back. Okay, these are all the detectives that raided. These are all the charges. Also, apparently, April's charges were dropped. This is all the evidence that got picked up: the Jello snort tube, the black vial with white substance. I don't even know what that is, but fuck it. Nick test. This is what I needed. The Nick test, positive for cocaine. Let's go back into the internet and let's find out what a Nick test is. Narcotics testing, Nick test. They test for cocaine. They test for fentanyl. Do they test for heroin? Yes, they do. They do test for heroin. And so if they test for heroin, you're about to find, pay attention to this shit. Pay attention to this shit. If they're saying that Nick is injecting drugs and they're saying they picked up a white substance and they tested all of these substances, they obviously had a test for heroin. But yet for some reason, the thing they tested, where is it? Actually, unknown brown substance, negative on all Nick tests. What the fuck is this brown test? So a lot of people, I think uncivil law said that the unknown brown substance was not tested. And then once they get a test on it, that's incorrect. The unknown brown substance was tested and it came back negative on all the tests. Remember, the Nick test, again, just like it's a fucking Google search. These people can't Google? Are you telling me that every single person with an audience that is commentating on this case can't do a simple Google test to see, do they test for cocaine? Yes, obviously, because they got items that tested positive for cocaine. They test for heroin? Yes, because they sell them. They test for fentanyl? Yes. Meth? Yes. Live weed? What the fuck? Okay, they test for weed, cannabis, cocaine, salt base, urine drug test. Dude, they could have given these people a drug test at the scene. They could have given them a drug test at the scene, but we're about to find out these people don't get drug tested at all. These people don't get drug tested at all. You're dealing with junkies. You're trying to build a case. You don't drug test them? You're trying to say, hey, this drug is yours. This person says, no, it's not. I'm going to test you for narcotics. What? They don't test them for narcotics? Are you sure? Oh, it's just, again, simple question. It's just a simple question. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back from where were we? So black vial, Nick tested positive for cocaine, 2.2 grams. Credit card listed that April M holds. This is the biggest mistake these people made. And then this is the second biggest mistake these people made. No, the biggest mistake, number one, again, placing your credit cards in that master bedroom. Second biggest mistake is placing the wrong caliber shells. They should have checked which guns were registered to Nick before before they just brought some random shell casing and they just threw it on the ground. The fuck is wrong with these people, dude? What the fuck is wrong with these people? What is going on? What is this? Okay, the following item was located underneath the bed in the master bedroom. 6-hour AR with several magazines and loose ammunition. 6-hour AR, so normally that would be 5.56 or 2.23. A glass container with metal filter and grinder glass positive for cocaine. Bag with cards and dollar bill. Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. All right. Let me go back. I want you to pay attention. Pay attention to where these items were found. In the master bedroom, not on a nightstand, near the nightstand. That might be an oversight, but not on a nightstand, near a nightstand. The following was found underneath the bed, the AR. The following item was located in the master room dresser, glass container with metal filter and cocaine. Something again, I don't know what that is. All right, boom. Pay attention to this. The following items were located in a safe. Again, they don't explain how they got into the safe. Do they have a safe cracker? Do police? Well, hold on. Fuck, might as well just Google it. Since we're in the Googling mood, do police have safe crackers? Is that what it's? Oh, fuck it. Hopefully Google. That's not what I mean. What is a safe cracker? You're telling me that these cops, because Nick refused to cooperate with the police when giving them a code. Does Nick have a safe? How does a safe look like? Is it a safe with a key? Did they take their key? Or is it a safe with a code? And did the cops open that safe? Did I add that in my I'm gonna add that now. How did the cops open the safe? Because they told you they damaged everything else. They told you they bulldozed. They told you everything. But again, this is just from a storyteller's perspective. This is a good thing to just a good detail. The cops just got into the safe. That doesn't make sense. You have to explain how they got into the safe. Did they have a professional safe cracker? Did they find a key under the mattress? Like, how the fuck did they get into that safe? So, yeah, that's just something I personally just want to know, that I find that interesting. So again, let's go here. Let's go back. Safe in the master bedroom closet. So he had two safes and they got into both of them. So this safe is the one with all the fucked up shit. And they don't explain how they got into it. So bag with cards and dollar bills, positive for cocaine. Large card bag, positive for cocaine. Small bag of Texas, positive for green. Dude, imagine if, this is what I'm thinking. Imagine if they never got into those safes. Imagine if they never got into those safes. They asked Nick, hey, open this fucking safe. We're like, nah, man. Not happening. Open the safe. Nah, man. Search everything. That's just personal items. They never get into these safe. But I know you have fucking drugs. Be like, no, you don't. You don't know shit. It was a 2 grams, 2 grams, 2 point. By the way, I forgot to show this. Google this. Do you know what 25 grams of sugar looks like? 25 grams of sugar. Let's assume that the sugar is the Coke. Images. Scale. That's what 25 grams. This image. That's how much Coke they're claiming was in Nick's house. Does that look like a lot? I don't know. But could you put that in one bag? Just put that in one bag somewhere. I don't know. But that's what that is what it's gonna cost Nick 25 years of his life. If he doesn't explain how these things ended up in his house. I came up with a conspiracy theory that I think these douches planning this shit. And again, there's an entire there's a website, the Marshall Project, Cops Planning Evidence, and these are all the articles that they found of cops planning evidence. So again, it's not out of the realm of possibility. When it talks about reasonable doubt, when they're talking about reasonable doubt, they're talking about what you would assume as in it's not possible because I believe in aliens and I think the aliens planted the coke on Nick. They're not referring to that. But if they know, if the jury knows that the cop that raided their house don't like Nick, if they know, because the way this dude is writing, it sounds like he doesn't like Nick. If they know that the person raiding his house doesn't like Nick, is very, all of a sudden you start to believe a little bit the whole whatchamacallit, the whole cops planning evidence thing starts to make sense a little bit. So now we go, okay, safe in the master bedroom closet, a dollar bill with white powder residue. That's why would they have that? They have fucking A, dude. This thing is starting to fall apart. You have a Jello snort tube. Why do you need a roll up dollar bill with cocaine residue? Because they want you to assume that Nick rolls up this dollar bill and then snorts it through his nose. Dude, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Yellow snort tube. $100 bill. They do the same fucking thing. You wouldn't do it with $100 bill. And he found it in the safe, the closet. Bindle white bag with white powder substance tested positive for cocaine. Two baggies within a funnel, unknown brown substance, negative on all. I think that the cop that was supposed to grab the heroin grabbed the wrong bag. That's what I think. He grabbed the wrong bag. They probably got fucking pissed. Like, dude, you just grabbed the wrong fucking bag, dude. Now we gotta take this bag back and explain what the fuck this bag is. Because why would Nick have something in? Because remember, they found this wrong bag because they got body cam footage on them. Again, I'm interested to see the body cam footage. And again, you gotta pay attention. Don't be surprised if you see some dude walk in and then actually don't be surprised if it's edited. When we get the body cam footage, we just see that footage like unedited throughout the entire raid. They were there for like I think 2 hours. I think they went there they got there at 9:13 and they left at 11. If at any point you see something cut out, then you know we're dealing with corruption. Like, I already know we were dealing with corruption, but then you will know that we're actually dealing with corruption. So, now, again, look at all the guns. A 45 caliber pistol, a 38 caliber 6-hour, an AR-15, 6-hour AR, 5.56 223. Nick said, like, we were about to see his DM. Nick says he doesn't own a 22. And I've never fired those guns. This is just, these two sentences exposed them. These two sentences, it exposed them. It exposed the corruption. Now we're going to go. Okay, they got digital photographs, audio recording, body cam, and a PowerPoint video with Nick's online podcast that shows white powdery substance. Boom. Now, let's go here. Application for a search warrant, blah, blah, blah. This is the detective, Nestor, Nick and Lady Rackets, who live here. All right, so he's saying that, all right, view the report, further information, which is get evidence for search. All right, so hey, he's just saying I want to search these people. I want to search the shit out these people. It was arranged, and I went to the location. So all right, so here's so in my first stream, I try to make sense of as to how it was that there was one unit at Nick's house already, and then another unit bringing Nick back. So they're trying to explain that. Okay, let me read this. Deputies would meet, predetermined, and eventually travel to Nick's house to execute the search warrant. When they were traveling, they saw Nick and his Lincoln Navigator, and they drove past them, and they told one of the cars to head back. So Sergeant Nestor, the dude who took the initial report, was told to go back. And the rest above mentioned the officers continued traveling. So this one unit went to go back to grab Nick, and then the other officers went to go execute the search warrant. When we arrived on the scene, we started knocking on the door, and they ran into Nick's daughter, and she told them to fuck off. She doesn't like strangers. We knocked on the door for several moments. So they were outside for a minute, and they were waiting. So think about it like this. The first question I asked after statement of complaint, where is it? If Lady Rackets knows that the police are outdoor waiting, and so like they're outside waiting for Nick, and they're giving them time, why didn't she take the opportunity to dump the drugs? Why didn't she take the opportunity to dump the drugs? But like, holy fuck, the cops are outside. I don't know what they're here for, but like, let me just make sure. Let me just dump this shit real quick. And that's not, and they don't even find her. They find her somewhere else. All right, she's nowhere near that room. Okay. The juvenile told them to fuck off, and then he tried to the leading detective tried to contact the deputy or the sergeant, and he heard that they were trying to get Nick to hand him the code to their door, and Nick told him to fuck off. I'm not giving you jack fucking shit. And then after a few minutes, they were like, all right, fuck it, let's ram the door. And they rammed the door. And when they rammed the door, they supposedly made minimal damage. Let's see what minimal damage. Again, he said from these people's perspective. While making entry into the residence, I observed Sergeant Swanson was standing in the kitchen and was making commands. So this is basically the raid. I don't really see anything wrong with the raid. I think what is being described here happened here. Okay. I was holding on the stairs and da. Like what? Like, are you holding? Like, are you guarding the stairways? Like, the fuck do you think you're on? Like, you're not attacking Osama bin Laden. You're holding the radio. No, you're fucking busting a home of 7. You're busting a home of 7. Like a couple and their 5 kids. Like, you're not fucking raiding Osama bin Laden. Niggas need to calm the fuck down. No, it's just walked in and we're like, all right. And they know that it's the cops. Okay, we were advised that one child was downstairs by Lady Rackets. The other female was detained, was April. They were moved outside. So they were all snatched up and they were taken outside while the police searched the property. I continued searching the records and we located the additional juvenile female in the basement bedroom who was apparently sleeping. So they just, again, these kids were asleep, minding their own business, and the cops raided their home. 4 children were placed outside with their mother, Kayla, Lady Rackets, as well as Emho. So they were all gathered outside and was advised by Sergeant Nestor. So they're bringing it back. So here they're saying that, hey, we gather everybody outside and the other people that want to go grab Nick, they are grabbing Nick. And these guys, whoever Sergeant Nestor, Deputy Bowman, they fucked up. They fucked up because they should have done a field sobriety test. They should have found out that he was drunk as shit, even though he wasn't really drunk as shit. And they should have charged him with a DUI. But who knows? All right. We continue clearing the residence. Again, clearing, that's a military term. They're going through the house searching for threats. That's what they're doing. They're searching for threats. That's what it means to clear a house. You're searching and eliminating a threat. If there is a threat and there's not, you're making sure that it's safe. That's a military. We continue clearing the residence, making sure there weren't any threats there. The residence was extremely cluttered. Again, I have to see pictures. I have to see what do they mean by extremely cluttered. And they're using the same language. Again, this is how you know 2 ways to tell if someone's lying. A is through inconsistencies, or B is to like when something is being said verbatim as if it's being read from a script. I learned this watching the movie, what's it called? The Manchurian Candidate with Denzel Washington. Like one of the things that they found out, like that these people were lying, that they were all saying the same exact thing word for word. So, yeah, that's one writing thing. Tell if somebody's bullshit. I heard Nick asking the deputy for the search warrant, which at that time I handed him a copy of the shit that I read before, and he saw that this was bullshit, and he threw it on the ground. Then the house said the house is 5,000 square feet. That sounds like hate. Sounds like you hating, son. Like, damn, this guy got a big ass house. It's gonna take us a while to fucking find the imaginary coke that we're about to plant in the bedroom. So we started searching in the master bedroom, where almost immediately Detective Sergeant Brennis located a snort tube and a black vial on top of 2 credit cards. Again, the biggest mistake they made. They did not know that the charges against April were going to be dropped. They didn't know. They wouldn't have mentioned they belonged to her. They would have just said, hey, we found them on top of 2 credit cards. They would have made it ambiguous. But they needed to bring April in so they could flip her against Nick. The snort tube tested positive for cocaine. Inside the black tube was blah, blah, blah. Around that time, I went outside and spoke to Nick. I requested him to speak with me. I advised him about his Miranda rights. He agreed to speak with me, and I waived his right to come. So he explained to me that he may not answer certain questions because he knows what would incriminate him and what wouldn't incriminate him. He knows the difference. He's not. Again, a lot of people are saying that he's a dumbass and all that other shit for talking to the cops. If It only works. Let's say what they say is anything you say may and can, not everything you say. They said anything you say may be used against you. But if he doesn't give them anything to say, I mean, anything that they could use against them, there's no reason why he couldn't talk to them. So, but again, the reason why lawyers tell everyone to shut up is because normal people don't know what can incriminate them and what couldn't incriminate them. But a lawyer would know what can incriminate them and what wouldn't incriminate them. So, this conversation was recorded on my body cam. During the conversation with Nick, he advised. So he told him that he sleeps in the master bedroom with his wife in April, and that April was just visiting on this date. So Nick is saying, trying to get April off, as in, hey, she's just a visitor. She has nothing to do with it. Let her go. Should leave her alone. This is the general overview of our conversation. So that's basically what he's trying to say. Nick was trying to explain that, hey, April has nothing to do with this. Whatever the fuck you're looking for is probably mine or whatever, or not mine, or he's just probably saying that, hey, that little search warrant you just handed me, that's bullshit. That little search warrant you just handed me is bullshit. So get the fuck off my property. At this time, it was determined that Nick, Lady Rackets, and April would be placed under arrest and transported to the county jail by Mark County deputies, as well as State Trooper Josh Munson. While placing Nicholas in the State Trooper squad, I observed several injuries. So this is what he's saying. So you were talking to him, and is now, so as he's getting into the car, is that you notice that he has injuries to his arms? Why didn't you notice it earlier when you were talking to him? Why are you waiting till after he gets into the squad car? Why? I'm going to put that there. Why didn't the detective, why didn't the detective notice the marks on Nick's arm when he was talking to him? Simple questions destroy narratives. That's it. That's all. You don't need too much. You were speaking to him for how long? What? 2 to 3 minutes, 2 to 5 minutes. You could have assessed him. You were already informed that there are marks in his arm. So that's the first thing. If somebody's telling me the dude's a heroin addict, if you find brown substance that's supposed to be heroin, but somebody fucked up and grabbed the wrong fucking brown substance to plant. If this guy, this is information you should already have. So that's the first thing you should be looking for. All right, let me look at his arm. Does he have the brown substance? Okay, yes, it does. All right, let's continue talking. But no, he waited till after Nick was getting put in the vehicle that he noticed the things in his arms and decided to photograph them. There appear to be sores common with substance abuse users. CPS, Elijah Sweep, that's CPS with the county family services. I'm assuming that's CPS, was contacted and eventually came to the scene to assist with the placing of the children with their grandparents. So I'm assuming, so she went up to pick up the kids, or she stood with the kids and waited with the kids. All right. During this time, Detective Oakleaf advised me she spoke with Lady Rackets regarding giving a statement, at which time Lady Rackets said she wanted to talk to an attorney. So both Lady Rackets and April told the officers that they wanted to speak to an attorney, and April was let go. April, so Nick didn't even, so even if he's asserting himself, by the way, a lot of say earlier this morning, homeboy was like, oh, did Lady Racket want Nick as her attorney? Yeah, motherfucker, she does. She does want Nick to be her fucking attorney. She does want Nick to be her fucking attorney. If he's literally right there, you're gonna wait for your fucking lawyer? If he's literally right there, and you know how smart she knows how smart Nick is, or she knows how smart he's not. If he's literally right there, why wouldn't she want him as his attorney? And he said, I want to speak with my attorney. And April was like, I want to speak to my attorney. And they basically said, all right, fuck, we're taking you guys in. Deputies continue to search the residence, and the above listed physical evidence was located and taken into custody in Candioi County Sheriff's Office. Arrangements were made that the grandparents were going to come pick up the residents. We were able to close the door and document the damage we made. And then at 11:05, so from 9:13 to 11:05, so that's like an hour and 45 minutes, maybe longer. They were at the house. I traveled back to the law enforcement center where the above listed was processed. Again, question after seeing some of the evidence. Why was Lady Rackets processed an hour and a half after Nick? What took so long to process Lady Rackets? And again, I want you to notice what's missing. Okay, they were processed, right? I went to the county jail and requested to speak to Nick. Nick spoke to me. He indicated he was willing to do so. So yeah, I'll talk to you. I think there's a little bit of arrogance from Nick. I think he's like if he knows the cop, he probably knows that the cop is dumb as shit. He probably knows the cop is dumb as shit. And in Nick's sense, like, he's probably on some, like, he's really pissed. And he's probably like, if you're gonna fuck with me, I'm gonna fuck with you. I'm gonna talk to you, and you're gonna try to slip me up, and then you're gonna find out how smart I really am. So that's what Nick might be thinking. What the fuck is this? So afterwards, so he agreed to speak with Nick. He indicated he was willing to do so. Brought him in the interview room. He again was read his manhum rights. He agreed with us and waived his right to counsel. During the conversation, he refused to answer any question regarding cocaine. So the shit that they need him to admit to is the shit he's not talking about. The shit they need him to admit to is the shit he's not talking about. And again, all these assholes, a lot of them are lawyers. Are saying Nick should come out and admit to having a problem. Nick should come out and admit to doing this. Nick should come out and admit to doing that. Shut the fuck up. That's not your life on the line, bitch. That is not your life on the line. That's his life. And he's going to decide what he wants to do. If he's going to fight this shit to the very end, he's going to fucking fight it. If he's chosen to fight it. You don't get to fucking decide what defense strategy, because you want him out of the fucking way. You want him out of the fucking way so you can steal his audience. But nah, motherfucker. He's going to fight. And I'm going to support him until he either loses or whatever. And again, these are a lot of people are attacking people who are still supporting him after this shit got leaked. Like, again, motherfuckers, these are words on a paper. We don't have photos. We don't have videos. We don't have witness testimony. We don't have none of that shit. We don't have his side of the story. We don't have his evidence. So, yeah. He advises me that he resides within the residence, master bedroom with Kayla. He doesn't know what they found. He doesn't know what they found. If he would have known what they found, he wouldn't have admitted to this. The fact that he's admitting to it, I don't think he knows what they found. He's just found out with the rest of the world what they found. He indicates that April Multi was just a friend and was visiting and does not live at the residence. He explains that he is extremely stressed out in regards to his 5 kids and their other extras. Please see audio for the recording for details. Again, so if they decided to talk about his family, and they thought that they could slip this guy up, but he didn't admit jack shit. I was advised after this interview that Elijah Sweep had contacted Kayla requesting if their live-in nanny, Shanine Bitson, would be able to assist with anything at the restaurants. Sweet was advised by Kayla that technically M. Holt was their live-in nanny. And this is apparently supposed to impeach Nick, that this officer is saying that this woman who refused to talk to the police is saying that this lady is not their nanny and that M. Holt is their nanny. Now, again, he said, you gotta pay attention to these words. Okay, so let's say this woman just acts like, hey, you want me to call this lady who, how does this lady know that Shanann is their nanny? Let me go all the way down. All the way down. No, by the way, Shanae is popular in, what is she, like a TikToker or something? She looked like a TikToker from the pictures I saw. So, Elisha, okay. Okay. How does simple questions. Alicia know that Shanae used to be the nanny? They all know each other. It's a town with only 1,000 people in it. Yeah, they all know each other. So Elisha knows Nick and Lady Rackets, but she doesn't know him well enough to know that Shanae left 6 months ago. But they're using this to impeach Nick, so she's probably. So when it says this, it doesn't say. Well, but like technically, M. Holt is their living nanny, but we don't really have. This is hearsay again. This person is saying that this person said this. And by the way, we don't have her actual statement. I was advised after this interview. Who told him this? He said, I was told. Who told you this? Again, simple questions. Who told this detective this information? It's an anonymous report. So Elisha told someone else that she spoke to Lady Rackets and Lady Rackets told Elijah that Shanae is no longer their nanny and that April's their nanny. Who told this detective this? I was advised after this interview. He would have said Elijah Sweeps told me that Lady Rackets told him that April M. Holt is their living nanny. Who told him this? And this is only there to prove that Nick is lying. But this, again, this is hearsay. What did Lady Racket actually say? And what is the content? And why would Elijah Sweep know about Shanae? How do they know about Shanae? And again, it's been 6 months. It's been 6 months. Why would she ask about Shanae? And again, I guess they were talking about the kids. I provided the Rekieta Copy of law enforcement hold order for each of their children placed with their jail property on a report. This is the end of the report. And then we get the perspective from Sergeant David Nestor. All right. So now, I, Sergeant David Nestor, blah, blah, blah. I'm the guy who did a lot of shit. I took the report from the pastor. I pulled Nick over. I did this. I did that. I swatted Nick a couple of times. Yeah, we're all friendly here. So, I, Sergeant Nestor, assisted in the drug search while en route. I was advised by Detective Palmer to stop a motor vehicle that a person of interest regarding the search warrant was on. So, why would you need, again, a lot, what the fuck? It's just a lot of, like, you should already know. They should already know. They should already know that that was Nick driving down the road. But he was driving a blank Link. He was driving that Lincoln Navigator. And they stopped the vehicle. So they were driving up the road northbound, saw that Nick was driving past them, and this guy was told to make a U-turn and stop Nick. So now, I asked a question about what happened during the traffic stop. We're about to find out. We're about to find out. The driver was identified as Nick. I advised Nick about the warrant and a search of his person. So, he told Nick that, hey, there's a warrant to search you. And at this time, Bowman was with me. So, he was with Bowman. And they both want to go search Nick. Nick was advised that the warrant was signed by a judge. So Nick says, all right, so you got a warrant signed by a judge. And he was responding, that doesn't mean shit to you. That don't mean shit. Fucking Nick. That don't mean shit. And wanted a probable cause for the warrant. Again, he knows, again, because he's a fucking lawyer. You would know the acts. And then again, the dude who I'm about to call out says, hey, it's okay to let your constitutional rights be violated. Because you could contest that later. Nah. It's like saying, oh, you that right to remain silent you had? That's bullshit. You're going to tell us exactly what we want to hear. You're going to tell us exactly what we want to hear. That's torture, bro. That's not in America. If he knows certain things and he knows how to stop his rights from being violated, he's going to try to execute that shit. Okay, while conversating about this topic, Detective Palmer was asking for the door code over the radio, or so they don't have to breach the door. And Nick said that he wasn't going to give him shit because he hadn't seen a warrant. So he didn't even see the warrant. Okay, so they didn't have the warrant on them. Because remember, this is not a traffic stop. But this is not an actual, like, legitimate traffic stop. They're saying they pulled him over and say, hey, we have a search warrant. He says, where the fuck is the search warrant? No. They said, we have a search warrant signed by the judge. And he said, that don't mean shit. Where's the probable cause? And then they started fucking, I want to see this interaction. I want to see what Nick did. I checked Nick. So he searched Nick, and guess what? There weren't any drugs on him. So now we got the answer. Why wasn't the vehicle searched for drugs or alcohol? Why wasn't he searched for drugs and alcohol? Because the search isn't annotated. Now it's annotated. He was searched, and the junkie was addicted to coke and liquor, didn't have a flask, and he didn't have a little baggie of coke on him. The alcoholic that's addicted to coke and is addicted to he didn't have the shit that he's, again, addicts are going to have what they're addicted to within arm's reach. because they're addicted. They need that dopamine release. He's not gonna leave my fucking thing way back again. It's like finding a person who smokes cigarettes without a pack of cigarettes. When have you ever seen that? Like, even the person that don't smoke cigarettes manage to find themselves a pack of cigarettes. Don't you notice that? People who smoke, they always find cigarettes, even when they can't afford it. They'll just walk up to people who are smoking and shit and be like, hey, can I get one? And blah, blah, blah. Again, and they're broke as shit. Again. So if this guy's an addict, why didn't he have the things that he's addicted to on him? That's an easy arrest, bro. If the narrative is true and he's addicted, he would have had this shit on him. But they didn't find jack fucking shit. And they didn't search the car either. That's pretty fucking stupid. That was pretty fucking stupid. They should have searched the car. Okay, so I checked Nick's person. He was wearing flip-flops, shorts, and he had an ID, credit cards in his wallet. So remember what I said about the wallets. Where do they belong? The credit cards. Credit cards were in the wallet. Credit cards belong in a wallet. Credit cards belong in a purse. But for some reason, April Emholt's credit cards were loose in the master bedroom. Why is that? Why did that happen? So we go. Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Okay. Credit cards at that time. He went back into his vehicle, which also had his daughter in the passenger seat, as he was presumably taking her to school. So they caught her as he was taking her to school. We went back to the residence, and I assisted at the scene by standing near Nick and Lady Rackets and April Emholt and the Rekieta's 4 children. They have 5 kids. Where's the 5th kid? While assisting and keeping the 4 kids occupied outside of the residence, the little one, the 6-year-old, when asked about getting clothes, wanted new clothes, as she made a reference to the fact that she has been wearing those clothes more than that day. More than that day, more than one day. All right. When asked about getting clothes, where did this conversation? So he's saying that he overheard. No one told him this. He overheard again, and this is written badly. This is written poorly. And then this is a sentence I needed to destroy the other narrative. Okay, so he overheard the 6-year-old complaining about getting clothes, wanting new clothes. What does that mean? And did she want her to go shopping? Did she want her to take a shower? What did she? Okay. This is 9 a.m. in the morning. These people are asleep. They probably aren't expecting to go out. They get raided. And she probably want to sleep with this bed, want to sleep with these clothes. They get ready. They weren't they probably weren't ready for the day. That's what that means. More than that day. So now, that's what that might mean. But this is to feed into these people neglect their kids narrative. So now I'm about to destroy this shit. Are you ready? Let's go all the way back. So this is the last page. This thing gets cut off. I was asked to transport Lady Rackets to the county jail, and actually she had been placed under arrest. I placed restraint on her, and then this ends. Why does this end? This is not the complete package. If you've seen the original document, it's like some long thing and blah, blah, blah. So this is all we have. And this is what they're using to convict Nick. So let's go all the way back. Are you ready? I'm going to show you something. Here we are. The children are 2 boys and 3 girls. They have been noted to have been wearing the same clothing for 3 to 4 days. with their clothing in disarray and starting to smell. Question. And we don't know when this happened, but question. We're assuming that Nick has been spiraling for the last 6 months. Question. If the children are used to wearing the same clothes for 3 to 4 days at a time, comma, why is the 6-year-old complaining? Did I spell that right? Complaining about wearing the same clothes for more than 1 day. Okay, hold on. Let me correct that. So if the children are used to wearing the same clothes for 4 to 3 days at a time, why is the 6-year-old complaining about wearing the same clothes for more than 1 day? See how easy that is? Did you see how easy that was? That was a narrative that had been circulating for the past week now. Shit that's been, I'm gonna be honest, it's just kind of been keeping me up and shit. It kind of fucked me up. When I first saw this, it was disheartening. When you're dealing with this kind of shit, disheartening. But again, I just said, you know what? Let me read this to myself. Let me actually analyze this critical. Fuck, I don't know how to speak. Let me actually analyze this critically, and then let me just form my own opinion. I want to read this without any commentary. And when you read this without any commentary and you start analyzing this shit for yourself, you start just seeing holes in these stories. If the children are used to wearing the same clothes for 3 to 4 days at a time, why is the 6-year-old complaining about wearing the same clothes? Again, she might just always complain and shit, like every single day until they finally give her a shower. But I doubt it. I really doubt it. I think it's 9 a.m. in the morning. These people were not expecting to be raided. They probably, it says they were, a couple of them were asleep. A lot of these kids were asleep and they are waking. So they weren't even ready for the day. And then they get raided by the cops. And then the little one is like, yeah, I need to take a shower. I smell like shit. I just woke up. Hey, mom, you need to do your thing you do. You need to give me a bath. What the fuck? I smell like shit. You know what I'm saying? But giving a child a bath after 1 day is not the same thing as giving a child a bath after 3 or 4 days. Not the same thing. But they want you to believe that this guy, they're not getting fed and they're not being showered. And this is the 6-year-old. Now, a point that was made is that like he has older kids. The older kids could take care of themselves. But the younger one is complaining after a day. The younger one would be the one that would be getting neglected, that wouldn't have been getting charged. This would be the one that would say that, hey, what the fuck? But again, so let's just, okay, I'm making assumptions. Let's just say that what he meant is more than that day. Again, what does that mean? Again, this is a poorly written sentence designed to confuse you. You know how some laws are written that don't make sense? Like somebody, they pass this law for this one thing, but when you read that law, is confusing as fuck, and then the judges and the lawyers get to, manipulate that law into saying whatever they want to say. This is a sign of deception. The way this sentence is written is meant to be confusing. So, if you were watching other people's streams, you were probably made to believe that the 6-year-old asked the cop if she could get new clothes because she was wearing the same ones for more than one day. That's not true. The cop overheard the child speaking to someone else and asked for new clothes. Again, these people is 9 a.m. and these people were just raided. So, again, that is all the questions I have. Notice that they were not drug tested. Notice that drugs were not found on anybody. Drugs weren't found on Nick. Drugs weren't found on Lady Rackets. Drugs weren't found on April. And they don't even describe the kids. Why are the children's physical appearance annotated? Is that right? Annotated. Why didn't they take note of how the kids look? If these kids are malnourished, if these kids are not being showered, if these children are, being neglected, why are their physical appearance being noted? Nick's and Lady Racker's physical appearance being noted, but the children's physical appearance not. Wait till we see how these kids look. Again, the kids are gonna give us all the clues we need to get. Because if the kids don't look like they're starving, maybe some of this was all bullshit. Maybe not. Okay. But again, they leave. Again, it's just simple questions that as a creative writing major, you take note of these things and then you hand it back to your classmates and be like, hey, these things don't make sense in your story. You need to either answer these questions or you need to change your story up a bit to fix these issues, because your story has issues. And these are the issues that this story has. These are the issues that these narratives have. And again, that's how easy it was for me to destroy the narrative. So now we're going to deal with la drama. Let's deal with la drama. Community. Okay. So Nick posted bond. So let's look at the DMs. Okay. Cool. Okay. Is it? So cool. I'm literally talking about a bullshit neglect report from a specifically vindictive person that is quite literally the opposite of truth. I am not talking about anything else at all. I'm not saying anything else in here. Talk to me in the DMs. By the way, why are you blocking out? Oh shit! Wait, no. This is time zone. They're blocking the time because they don't want the person who leaked the DM to be identified through where they live. Again, I don't know who leaked these DM. I don't know who leaked this DM. Okay. Oh no, and no, and no guns were ever discharged as their own. So again, I don't even own a 22. That's the first point. That's the point. I ignored my first stream, and then again, and I'm glad that Nick confirmed He doesn't even own it. I haven't fired any of my guns since moving from my other home here. Been about 5 years and all of them were locked. Handguns in a safe. AR had a lock through the receiver. How is that incriminating? Legal mindset. How is that incriminating? How is that incriminating? How is that? He's just trying to explain why, hey, everything they're saying about me is bullshit. I don't even own that gun. Why are you people turning on me? Why are you motherfuckers turning on me? Read the fucking story. Read the fucking story and actually criticize instead of believing all the bullshit that you want to believe about me. Read the fucking story. And if you would have read the fucking story, you would have known that everything they're saying about me is bullshit. So that's what he's saying. Okay. So the second DM, my dad was helping with the driving the other day. For our kids' education and extracurricular activities, he tallied up 80 miles on average. So basically saying how long does it travel? Does he travel a day? I don't care what people think about almost anything. The kid shit is bullshit. And I just proved it right there. Why are the children's physical appearance not annotated? I'm glad I caught that. Not annotated. I'm pretty sure I know who reported that. And they have specific animus towards me. The person who said all this shit about me hates my fucking guts. This is bullshit. The first activity I missed for my kids was the day I was in jail. Again, why does the pastor need someone else to tell him something that he should already fucking noticed? If Nick isn't going to the kids' activities, the pastor doesn't need somebody else to tell him about that shit. Okay. Shockingly, not pulled over, no cited for a DUI ever, never questioned for a DUI ever. He's basically saying I wasn't fucking drunk when I got caught driving. Anyway, whatever issues exist for me and I'm not admitting to shit. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Thank you for standing on business. Stand on business, nigga. That's what I'm talking about. I figured a friend of mine would maybe realize that my children have never been neglected or in danger, but I guess that's a small courtesy. But I guess that small courtesy is too much. Okay, is that driving blasted out of your mind like the report says? No, you fucking idiot. No one sees me drive. I know. So this is Flash. Flash is talking shit to him. Like the person who tried to hide the name fucked up. I know it's hard to see someone when they're driving 88 miles 4 hours after a bender. Again, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you referring to that speeding ticket? Okay. So that's somebody protecting the person who's talking shit. Now, Nick, again, he's going to reveal who's been talking shit to him. Boom. Again, that's what we read over there. Pretty sure I know. First activity was when I missed when I was in jail. Ever, no question. Case issue, but I guess it's too small of a courtesy to ask. No, you fucking idiot. Again, what are you talking about? Are you referring to that speeding ticket? Okay, that's what we... Boom, let's go to clips. Community notes. And in here, do you know what track Nick is talking to? Like, do you know what track marks are? Retard. I've never done an IV drug in my life. So he's referring to the heroin. Okay, you're doing cocaine at 8 a.m. with your kids. Flash is just smashing this dude. And with your kids watching cartoons in the living room. What the fuck? You are a psychopath, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? 8 a.m., homie? I'm usually driving. So again, so who's right? Flash or Nick? Who's right? Flash or Nick? So how did Nick get caught? He got caught driving in the morning, taking his daughter to school. What is he talking about doing coke at 8 a.m.? I've been on streams with you where you were too intoxicated to read the super chat for hours. I never thought your kids went hungry. I stopped that because it was getting bad. You need to admit you have a problem. Become a junkie? No, become a junkie? Wow. All right. Thanks, Flash. So Flash confronted him in the DM, and Nick just found out real quick that he doesn't have any friends. Nick, if you ever see this, hope you see this before it's too late. I'm gonna remind you, in this situation, you have just expect you don't have any friends. Just assume that you're alone. All those people you thought you were your friends are now vultures waiting to feast on your fucking corpse. You are alone, my friend. This is the bail thing. Okay, this is the arrest. I don't need this anymore. Ethan Ralph. Bye. That's the incident report. And La Kiwi Farms. Oh yeah, this so this is a church service. Nick is here.
We want to just pray over these students, and so can you come and stand around your child?
Okay, look how tall Nick is compared to the next guy, compared to her. That's the pastor. The pastor is looking at the congregation. You're telling me this motherfucker needed somebody else to tell him that Nick gets up and walks away from the fucking congregation? Come on, dog. Come on. What are we doing? What are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about, dude? This guy needs someone else to tell him that this tall motherfucker gets up and walks out of the congregation. What is going on is that this dude doesn't want to take blame for the allegations. So, all right, so let's play this
Elder, student.
Look how tall
Nick is. Those that have mentored them, come and join us.
Wearing, boom, that's what fucked him, dude. You're wearing your sleeves are riding up. Damn, you're fucking skinny
as well. You played a very important part.
Okay.
Ben Ziski's here
Lady
as well
Rackets right there.
One of the teachers for us.
Right there.
And
boom.
We just want to pray over this group of young people and pray God's blessing over them. So,
boom.
Would you join?
Look where the pastor is compared to Nick. He's touching Nick. He knows Nick. Nick is his friend. Why do you need someone else to tell you what the fuck is wrong with Nick? It's like again, like my congregation is telling me something about one of my church members. This dude right here could have ended all of it if he wasn't a fucking coward. If he wasn't by the way, I think these are his kids. But again, it's too blurry to tell. If he wasn't a fucking coward, and if he would have stand on his ground, it would have said, "No, ma'am, I know Nick. I talked to Nick." What you're saying is you're bearing false witness against your brother in Christ.
Join with me. And if you want to extend your hand, you can. You don't have to.
Hands over Nick's shoulders. So this is the guy that, look how tall Nick is compared to everyone else. You're telling me this tall motherfucker gets up and you don't notice? Come on.
But pray for that.
Let's, again, simple questions. Just fucking, dude, what are we looking at? What the fuck are we looking at? The Kiwi Farms think we fucking got him. We fucking got this motherfucker. Finally, he's been talking shit for 5 fucking years and we fucking got him. What did you got? Okay, the dude's skinnier, his kids are skinny. Again, it's hard for me to tell. So it's hard. The shit is too blurry. The only thing that I could tell really is that this motherfucker's tall as fuck. And if he got up, everyone would notice. There aren't that many people in the church. I don't want to count them. But again, anybody pause and just look. There aren't that many people in the congregation. They could tell if Nick got up and walked away.
That confirmant that maybe you're most connected to, and let's just anoint them in prayer. Let's pray together. Take their Bible.
I'm assuming this is Nick's son, and this is this kid's thing. All right.
Bibles with you might be safest with you. Students, you can head down.
Nick, you need to find a new church. I recommend that you find a church that has the word Baptist in it. And I recommend that you find a church that reads from the King James Bible. I know you bashed it a while ago. Again, Nick triggers people. I've been triggered by Nick a couple of times, but I'm enough of a man to let that shit go. Some of these people had an animus towards someone they called a friend, and now they're capitalizing on him as shit at his lowest point. That's the type of characters that you're dealing with the situations, because he isn't just dealing with the cops. He isn't just dealing with a corrupt judge. He isn't just dealing with church gossip. He's dealing with people who he thought were friends, throwing them under the bus as well.
We're going to have the reading of...
Okay, that's just... let's X out of that. Again, remember, they had the equipment to test for heroin, and they didn't come back positive. So let's X out of that. X out of that. All right. That, and that. So now, I don't really need these either. Boom, and boom, and boo. Thank you, Viva Fry, for redacting this thing. Boom. All right, so let's hear some wise words from a very smart individual. Yeah.
True friend. I'm glad he has you in life. No, bro.
He is a true friend. This Andrew Esquire is a true friend to Nick.
I got his back. And the thing is, you know the fucking pussy ass bitches who aren't your friends whenever something happens, they don't have your back. And I'm
boom. Tell him, Andrew. Tell him. You know who these pussy ass bitches are when you know they don't have your fucking back, especially when you need them the most. When you need them the most, and when they need you the most, Andrew, you could tell these pussy ass bitches don't have their back. Tell them, Andrew. Tell them more. Let's go.
going to say it because none of these other content creators are going to say it. Fuck everybody who calls themselves, I'm saying it right now. Put my money on this right now.
Oh, buddy, I'm about to cash in. You put your money in this? How much I'm about to get paid? How much am I getting paid? I would like to know how much I am getting paid. Because I'm about to cash in. This is a winning lottery ticket. I'm about to cash in.
Put my fucking money on this. Anybody who is in LawTube or calls themselves in LawTube, particularly those that came on Nick's show, that streamed with him, that were there grifting off him, particularly back in the day, particularly if they were during the Rittenhouse era, or maybe they just became famous and popped off during the era of Amber Heard. Doesn't fucking matter. Anybody who came on that stream, who came on his platform, and they gave him a voice, they grew their channels, they grew relatively big, right? And if they are not covering this, if they're not supporting him, they are full of shit. You should unsubscribe from them.
I am taking that advice, Andrew. I am taking that advice. Holy fucking shit. You nail it right in the fucking head. You nail it right in. You tell these fucking pieces of shit LawTubers who came up on their neck. We're now throwing them under the fucking bus. We're now stabbing them in the fucking back. We're now distancing themselves from them. That if they don't stand with their fucking man, that they're a bunch of pussy ass bitches that shouldn't have nothing to do with you. Tell them, Andrew. Tell them.
I'm going to say it. Nobody else is going to say that. I'm going to fucking say it. If you are a guy who follows Rekieta and you see somebody else, another content creator, and they're not fucking supporting him right now, you should goddamn unsubscribe.
Wow, what a way to call out Yellow Flash. Holy shit, what a way to call out Yellow Flash. Dude, Andrew is a fucking savage. Andrew is a fucking savage. Andrew, you're a savage. Holy fuck, man. Some people think you're going too far. I don't know. This is a dire situation. You should probably. It's time to get serious. It's time to get serious. So yeah.
Sorry, that's my personal opinion. I'm not going to fucking hold back. All these other people, they're like, oh, I don't want to hurt your feelings. I don't want to anger the fucking communist cabal that's going on here. No, I don't give a fuck. A lot of them are faggots. I'm going to say it right now, right?
Holy shit, Game Award. Game Award. That wasn't me. That was Andrew Esquire of Legal Mindset using homophobic slurs. Again, I'm just playing the video. I am just trying to get the full story. Again, Andrew has a statement for everyone who is backstabbing Nick right now. Everybody who's abandoning Nick right now when he needs them the most. Everybody who claimed to be his friend. Andrew has a special message for you. That's his message.
If they are not supporting him right now, you should probably unsub from them. I'm saying it. I'm just saying it. When somebody's deleted off of YouTube, you have to say something. If you're not saying something, you're a goddamn pussy. You're a fucking Judas Iscariot. Okay.
Damn. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, bro. Damn, son. Hold on. Let's see if... Dude, I think... you know what? I'm going to let Andrew pop his shit off. Yo, pop your shit, Andrew.
Okay.
On business.
And you might as well go join the fucking Troons and Chris Boozy if you're not supporting him right now. Just hands down. I'm saying it, right? These other pussy motherfuckers, they're not going to say it. That's fine. You know why? Because they're too afraid. They're too scared to speak up because they're afraid of getting canceled. They're afraid of their sponsors. They're afraid of their fucking gentle Amber Heard supporters or whoever else was on their channel right now. Oh, they're going to get upset. They're going to get angry. I can't say anything to anger the Troons. No, shut the fuck up.
Tell them to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up if you don't know what the fuck is going on. Shut the fuck up if you came up under Nick. And now that you've seen that he's in the worst situation he possibly could ever been in, where his life is on the line, his children's on the line, his wife is on the line, and all these assholes left him. Tell him, Andrew.
Shut the fuck up. I'm pissed off about this. And you know what? Here's the thing. I was warning people 2 and 3 weeks ago when this shit happened. I was fucking out there. I was saying, yo, we got to pay attention. Yo, we got to make a big deal about this. Yo, we got to make a big stink about Twitter. And where were these motherfuckers? They were nowhere. They didn't say shit.
They're not going to because they're cowards. You know? Yeah.
Kyle says, but how do you really feel?
Tell me how you really feel, Andrew.
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you how I really feel. They were fucking nowhere. They were sitting on their ass doing nothing. And now all of a sudden they're going to grift off this because they see other people trending. All of a sudden they're going to wake up and support Nick. Get the fuck out of here.
Holy shit. I don't know what to say, bro. I don't know what to say. Couldn't have said it any better myself.
Get the fuck out of here. You guys are fucking traitors. And listen, I'm going to say it right now. If I see somebody right now who I identify as having gained off of Nick, hasn't grifted off of Nick for a long time, and they're not here supporting him, I'm sorry. I'm not going to stream with you. That's my personal choice. I get to choose what I do on my channel. You're fucking out. I'm done. I'm not collaborating with you. If you're a person who was helped out by Nick, who Nick supported you, he backed you up, and you don't have his back, fuck you. You're out.
Yeet. Yeet, yeet, yeet. Yeet, yeet, yeet. Oh. Whew. I don't know what to say. Hold on, let me see if there's anything more he has to say.
You guys know I don't need to say names, but here's the thing.
Oh,
I'm watching what they do. I'm giving them a chance. I'm not saying it right now because guess what? I'm giving them a chance right now today, right? Look, it's 11:30 a.m. in Seoul, right? Maybe not everybody's up. Maybe people are sleeping. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're sleeping. They have 24 hours to speak the fuck up. If they don't speak up in 24 hours, within 24 hours of this stream, they're out. They're cut. I'm not saying shit about them.
I don't know, man. I don't have that kind of platform where people are able to hear your message through this. I don't. Damn, dude. But again, dude, you're 150,000 subscribers, man. You got a bigger platform than I. If you could just make these kinds of threats, go ahead, dude. I'm just a innocent bystander. If you want to use my YouTube channel to make those kinds of threats, go ahead.
And guess what? I will call them whatever the fuck I want to call them. I'll call them commies. I'll call them cucks, whatever. It's out. I'll call them. And you guys are saying names. I will drop the names. 24 hours. I'm going to tell you right now. Right now. This is it. This is do or die, motherfuckers. And I know there's some other people streaming right now. Shout out to everybody else who's streaming. I know there's people streaming. I know. I've seen people say Farron is streaming. People say I think Sean may be streaming. That's cool, right? People ask me to stream, so I'm going to stream. I have a different audience. Like not everybody who follows me follows them. There's a lot of people I know that unfollowed certain people that are following me. There's people that don't follow other people's channels. So that's why I'm streaming. I'm doing my thing. I'm doing whatever.
And I don't think Nick would mind if you were grifting off his shit. Just go ahead and get your shit off, bro. Get your shit off. I support you for getting your shit off.
The fuck I want to do, which by the way is what Nick Rekieta has always stood for. That man has always stood for doing whatever you want to do. Boom. He's always stood for that. Boom. And that's why I stand behind him. He stand behind channels, whether they're big, whether they're small, whether they cover law stuff, whether they're fucking covering, Kiwi farms, whether they're just reporters, whether people talking about.
Tell him about his character. Tell him about the guy that you know and love.
About the Second Amendment, whether individuals just talking about their experience and how they got canceled or the bullshit that's dealing with them, whether it's protecting people whose rights have been stepped on. He's always stepped up for other people. So why the fuck are people not stepping up for him?
That's a great fucking question, Andrew. Why aren't there more people sticking up for Nick Rekieta? Why the fuck is some random YouTuber, some random YouTube channel? Like, I'm not even a YouTuber, dude. I'm a lurker. I don't even comment on his streams. I just watch. You got the lurkers having to come out and defend Nick. That's how bad it's gotten.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
It is bullshit, Andrew. It is bullshit.
So anyways, man, I'm fired the fuck up. I'm inviting a couple people on.
I'm fired up too. When was this recording? Like what, 2 hours ago? Oh no, this is from October 5th, 2022. That was what? Almost 20 months ago? Almost 2 years ago?
Worst thing too is, and I'm going to tell you this because guys, we'll talk about this after this, and I'm not going to dox the DMs. But I'm going to tell you something that I know right now for a fact because I'm actually just looking at it right now. Nick is flipping out right now in private. And he is, I'm watching some DMs right now. He's going fucking nuts.
Why would you say that? By the way, this happened, what, 2 days ago? What a difference does almost 2 years makes. Listen to the guy that was talking when Nick's channel got deleted, and then look at the guy who's talking when his livelihood is on the line. What do you think Nick cares about more? His YouTube channel or his life with his family, his life with his wife, his life with his children? What do you think Nick cares more about? What situation do you think Nick would want more support? If his YouTube channel got deleted, you think that he wouldn't be able to make it on Rumble? But what happens if Nick goes to jail for 5 years? Who's going to support him? Who's going to support his family? Like, oh no, it's okay. He's a trust fund baby. Okay. Is he really though? Holy shit. All right, but tell him.
Nick is going nuts. And I would expect that Nick may make some statements which you probably shouldn't make.
You know what he's doing? If you don't know what he's doing, he is signaling to the people in law enforcement and the prosecutor who are watching the streams to subpoena the DMs. That's if you didn't notice what this was. He was telling people, hey, subpoena the DMs. Subpoena the DMs. He was signaling to the clout goblins to leak the DMs. No one had to know about this. Even if Nick is going crazy on the DMs, there's a guy who still think he has friends. But again, like I said, Nick, you don't have any friends. Your old friends, just forget about them. Forget about all of them. Assume that they're all gonna stab you in the fucking back, dude. You are alone. You are alone.
And they go live. But he is, I'm watching him right now live as we're speaking. I'm poking my eye over. He's going fucking crazy. And I'm also watching Nick behind the scenes right now, coping, attacking. Saying that I'm gonna paraphrase because I'm not gonna dox the DM, but Nick is essentially saying right now.
Yeah, but you were begging for it. You were begging for people to dox those DMs. And by the way, we read those DMs. Nothing incriminating at all. But you did. By the way, if there is something incriminating in those DMs, why would you put yourself? You're in those DMs, dude. The whole thing. They're gonna subpoena us. All of those DMs. They're gonna subpoena everything he has said. And they're probably gonna subpoena the shit you're saying. Since you're in those groups. Since you're in those fucking groups. Bitch, you don't think what you have said in those DMs are gonna get fucking leaked? Okay.
Now, everything is bullshit. I know who reported it. They have specific animus towards me.
He's reading exactly what the thing said.
You know, he's giving his whole story here in DMs, and this is all going to be
because he wants his friends to stick up for him. He wants people he thinks are his friends to stick up to him, and he's trying to tell his friends that he trusted with his side of the story. And again, Nick, you don't have any friends. Everyone you ever did a stream with, anybody you ever did a meetup with, collaboration, whatever the fuck, these internet motherfuckers, like what? Holy shit, dude. None of them are Nick. If you ever see this, somebody get this to Nick and give him this message to me. Nick, if you don't see anything else, listen to this, what I'm about to tell you. None of those people that the relationships you built throughout the past 5 years, throughout your YouTube career, throw them all out the fucking window, bro. They don't mean jack fucking shit, because these same people that you thought were your friends are willing to believe a bunch of fucking bullshit without a second thought. Without a second thought, they believe every fucked up bullshit about you. Again, I said it multiple times in my last stream, and I'm gonna say it again. What people are willing to believe about you says what they feel about you. So if these people were willing to believe that you were some junkie who was fucking alcoholic, who was neglecting his kids and was fucking swapping wives with some fucking rando on the internet, that they're gonna believe it, dude. They're gonna, and if they're willing to believe that shit, they never really liked you, dude. You are alone, my friend. You are alone, my friend. If you need to talk to somebody, you need to either get a lawyer with an ironclad fucking attorney-client privilege, or you need to talk to a therapist. You need to talk to somebody that's not gonna stab you in the fucking back, dude. Because this piece of shit should stab you in the fucking back. This Judas Iscariot should stab you in the fucking back. You should say, hey, law enforcement, I know you're watching. Subpoena the fucking DMs.
Used against him. Someone's going to turn this in. I'm in this, it's like when
Who's that someone, Andrew? Who's that someone, Andrew? I noticed that his DMs were leaked, but why was everybody else's response redacted? You know why? Because like I had a theory that the people who are turning on him now, people who think that now is the time to jump on him, so they could get rid of him. Those are the same people want Nick's audience. Again, Nick has the most effectively monetized audience. They want that audience. And I told them the reason why we support Nick is because we like Nick. We don't like law. We don't like anime. We don't like all the drama and everything else, all the news and politics. We follow Nick because we like Nick. We are his core fan base. And we are the ones that support him. And we are the ones who are standing by him now. And it took a member of his core fan base to tell that the story that's being presented is fucking bullshit. Again, if you have answer to all of these questions that I asked, go ahead and answer them to my satisfactory. Don't just brush these off. These are important questions. These are important questions. These are important questions. So anyways, again, let's finish this clip.
And you've got 20, 30 people in here, right? Somebody's going to talk about it. It's stupid.
He's signaling to the clout goblins, hey, leak these DMs. Fuck them. Leak these DMs.
Nick's acting real stupid right now. Real irrational.
And if someone who's trying to say, by the way, so I saw his stream earlier. He got 10,000 people watching him, which is pretty good. Pretty good, but they were watching him for Nick. How many people were watching your weirdo fucking actually, let's just compare it. Let's go back to the legal mindset and 1K 9 views. Okay, notice, look at the views. Ready? 2.8K views, 4.9K views, 2.2K views. Rekieta law arrest, 105K views. Wow. The only people who are watching you are the people who care about fucking Nick. Nobody else watches your weirdo anime fucking VTuber bullshit that nobody wants to fucking hear about. Look at that. 105,000 views, 5K.6 views. 37 Asmongo, another guy with a large fan base. Sony Scam Helldivers 2. That was a popular event. But then again, from 2 weeks ago. How do you choose? Think carefully. Blah blah blah. Kenji versus 10K. Nobody wants to. What the fuck is this weirdo content? Okay, let me. Let's go to his live. His live today has 64K views. Live about Nick, 95K views. 74K views when he was talking about Robert Barnes. 100K views when he got arrested. 14K views when he's talking about anime. Ready? Look at the difference in those numbers. Look at the difference. Nobody wants to hear about your weirdo anime shit. We only care about fucking Nick. Lick VTuber contract review live, 12K views. So just look at it. Nick getting arrested is helping your fucking shitty fucking channel that only fucking exists because of fucking Nick Rekieta. Let me take that back. It doesn't exist because of Nick Rekieta. But it got to where it is in large part because of this motherfucker right here. And now you're stabbing him in the fucking back. And if you don't think he's stabbing him in the back again, pay attention to what he is saying.
I would plea if I were him.
Why? Why would you plea if you were him? Again, so I'm glad you're not him then. Because you lack conviction. You don't know what's really going on. You won't ask simple questions. Simple questions. After actually reading and analyzing and critically thinking about the complaints. Critically thinking about the search warrant. Critically thinking about the supplemental report. Look at all these holes I just picked into the story that's being presented. These are just documents. I don't know anything. I don't know what's going on in the background. I don't have insider information. I'm not talking to Nick. He's not telling me anything. I just read what everyone else read and started asking questions no one else is asking. No one else is asking these questions. Why? Why wouldn't they ask these questions? Because they don't want to they don't want people to know that, or people to think that a lot of the accusations against Nick are bullshit. That the narrative against Nick is bullshit. That's why I was able to destroy the narrative in like fucking with simple college level creative writing skills. Simple college level creative writing skills allow me to detect the bullshit in the story and ask questions that obviously are led you to believe that the narrative is false. That's all. Is all. Again, if somebody could screenshot, I think I should just post these questions on Viva Law, on Viva and Bars. I should post this on next thing. And I think I'm going to do that later. I'm just going to post these things. Again, it's just simple questions. All right. All right. So let's finish watching this dude. Again, this is a Judas Iscariot. This is not a guy you want as your friend. Look at how hard he was writing Dick. He was writing Dick hard when Nick got banned from his channel. And now that this dude is facing 25 years of his life in jail, when facing being separated from his children, being separated from his wife. Now you're going to be like, now you're going to kick him when he's down. If this was a story I was writing, I would make this a term I'm coining right now. It's called enemy fishing. And the term enemy fishing, what I want it to mean is, let's say you have this powerful character. And this powerful character who's like the best at fighting, going to war, whatever you want him to do. Let's say it's like Super Saiyan Goku 4, Master Ultimate, things like this ridiculously powerful character, right? And he enjoys to fight. He enjoys to go to war. He enjoys to and he enjoys killing. The problem he has is that everyone knows how powerful he is. And if everyone knows how powerful he is, he's not going to be challenged. So what does he do? He does what I'm going to call enemy fishing, which is basically he's going to put himself in a weaker position than he really is to basically bait people who he thought were his friends, people who he thought were his allies, people who he thought he was at peace with, to come out and attack him so he could destroy them, because he enjoys destroying. That's what is his thing. That's what makes him the best. So if I was writing this story and I was making Nick my super powerful character and I was putting up a weaker position, these would be the enemies coming out. And when Nick finally reveals himself to be not as weak as they thought they were, I think he's gonna. If Nick gets out of this situation, I think he needs to definitely distance himself from these people. But I think you need to start fighting back against these Judas Iscariot right here, who's talking shit. But yeah, I'm going to show you why.
My suggestion, Nick, is shut the fuck up, get off of Twitter, get off of the internet, get off of locals, go over there and start talking about a plea deal.
Again, he's telling you that the story's bullshit. Why would you admit to something you know is bullshit?
You're going to get a lot further than arguing with a bunch of people in dude, oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Nick just literally, he said, I'm not saying anything else. Talk to me in DMs. And then he drops fucking three DMs after that. No, sorry, 3 group messages after that, stating facts that can be used against him in court.
We read those DMs. They can use those against the court. He's standing on his business. He's saying that everything he said I don't own a 22. And I just read the report and look right there. If a weapon was discharged at the home, where's the gun that fired it and where are the bullet holes? Where's the gun that fired the 22?
Nick is making statements about the guns.
We read those statements. Those are not incriminating. You're just begging law enforcement to subpoena those DMs. You are a piece of shit.
And where they are and what they were doing. And he's making these statements in a fucking group DM.
Why couldn't you just listen? If I was friends with Nick, let's say if Nick had a falling out and I saw what Nick was doing online, All I would do was be like, pause the stream, be like, hey, I love you guys. Give me a second. I got to deal with something real quick. And I would say, hey, Nick, I know we haven't been talking all that stuff, but there's people in this chat that don't like you and will gladly leak these DMs. If you need to talk to someone, call me or call whoever or talk to somebody who's not your fucking pastor. Don't talk to that fucking pastor. Talk to somebody else. But if you, because I think Nick needs to vent. Nick needs to vent. He needs to vent, and he's not able to vent because he has to stay shut. And I think Nick has an ace up his sleeve that he needs to keep close to the chest until it's time to so it's time to play it. And again, but talking to these people, talking to this motherfucker, he just literally just told the law enforcement, hey, subpoena the DMs. Subpoena the DMs.
This guy is retarded. This guy is retarded. He's a fucking idiot right now. And I can tell you right now, I'm
These
much
are the
nicer than a
DMs.
lot of these motherfuckers in here because a lot of
Are you
people in
really?
this group text are fucking clout goblins. I'm going to say
Really?
that.
Are you sure
They're
about
going to
that?
fucking take advantage of this.
I
Nick
don't
is so
think so.
fucked.
You're
If he
the
keeps this shit up.
Are you sure?
I'm sorry. I looked over at the screen and I'm like, holy fucking shit. This guy is an idiot.
These are the
I
DMs.
stopped watching Nick when he began spiraling with liquor and drinking every stream. Would you advise Nick? What would you advise Nick? Shut the fuck up, Nick.
He's spiraling and drinking with liquor. This is that again. That's I spoke about this in my last stream. That's his shtick. Is like again these fake fans who join Nick during the trial streams, or they've come in from a guest stream and they're surprised to see that he drinks excessively every night. The dude's been drinking since I've been watching him in 2020. We're in 2020 fucking 4. It isn't a problem until fucking now. Now you have a problem with him drinking too much. You niggas is weird. You niggas is fake. You niggas is phony. You motherfuckers need to get the fuck off our page. I'm calling this motherfucker out. I'm cashing in. Hey Andrew, you wanted to see if you wanted to put money? I don't know what he said. What the fuck did you say? Some goofy shit out here. It's easy to talk shit. That's super easy. But hold on.
It's like Niji Sanji. Shut the fuck up. You guys saw that from my VTuber coverage. Just like all that.
No, we did not. Nobody watches your V2 coverage. Nobody watches that shit. Stop it. Nobody watches that fucking corny shit. Only the weirdos give a fuck about the VTubers. Only the weirdos give a fuck about the VTubers. Stop that shit. That is weird. That is some weird shit you're covering, bro.
All they had to do was shut the fuck up. Nick won't shut up. He's too fucking contrarian. He needs to say something all the time. He can't just shut up. Even if Nick somehow gets out of the whole thing, we'll permanently ruin his kid's public standing with the peers and relationship.
No. His relationship with his peers are already ruined. I think they're already ruined, and I think they're just being exposed to the public. A lot of these people that are willing to believe this stuff about Nick had already hated Nick. So
yes, think of the fucking kids at this point. Razgriz said, how concerned should we be about Nick doing something rash as the wall's closing? Literally, I'm telling you, as we're live, he's doing something rash.
DMs. Where does he incriminate himself? Where does he incriminate himself? I know who exposes himself. Jello Flash. You exposed yourself. You're getting unsubscribed off. I'm not unsubscribing off of you, and I'm unsubscribing off of Andrew. Oh, okay. Ready? Look at what he said. Don't. Ready? Come. All right. Thanks, Flash. He was arguing with Flash. Flash was fucking bashing him in those DMs. Flash, Yellow Flash. That's why that name has been. You know why they're hiding his name? Because they don't want Nick's subscribers to unsubscribe to him. But yeah, those DMs just expose Flash. Don't be surprised if Yellow Flash's subscriber counts drops because of this bullshit. Nick, you just find out you don't have any friends. You don't have any friends. You have supporters, but you don't have any friends. and I done all I can. I wanted in my last stream I called out Aaron M. Holtz because again he was full of shit, and you could tell he's full of shit. But anyone with common sense know that he's fucking lying about everything he fucking says. And oh, by the way, Legal Minds has warned Aaron M. Holtz not to say a fucking word about what the fuck is going on. But it's getting late here. I know there's several people lurking. Yeah, I think that's appropriate because I'm a lurker. I lurk behind Nick's stream, so I don't really comment. So it's okay if you don't comment. If you don't like, that's okay. I'm not really a content creator. I don't really care if you take the ideas that I get and then just publish them. Again, the only reason why I did this is because I felt that the narrative against him was like, it was bullshit. And it's just, if you don't even have to read between the line, just read the line, read the fucking line. And you could tell that the narrative against him is bullshit. So, yeah, this is my first time working OBS. I'm gonna stop streaming. If you tuned in, I appreciated that shit. Again, I don't know if something else happens. Maybe I might come back if it really is important, but I might, yeah, I'm tuning out. So thanks everyone, whoever was here, the Fork and Curve viewers, I appreciate you guys. But I am